Hi everyone! Today we're going to be talking about American culture. Specifically, we're going to talk about convenience stores. Convenience stores are small retail shops that sell a wide variety of goods. They sell everything from food and drinks to snacks, accessories, car maintenance tools, and other things. The United States has over 150,000 convenience stores around the country. The largest is the 7-Eleven franchise. America has a huge driving culture, and it's very normal to use your car to commute everywhere. This means that gas stations are typically open for long periods of time. In many cases, gas stations are open 24/7, meaning 24 hours, 7 days a week. This makes things very convenient for late-night drivers. Convenience stores in the US might be a little bit different than what you're used to in your home country. Typically, convenience stores are paired with gasoline stands, so it's pretty rare to find a convenience store that doesn't have a gas pump attached. Because of this, convenience stores are typically found on major highways or on the side of really big roads. It's very uncommon to see convenience stores in neighborhoods or on small alleys and so on. So for this reason, it's pretty uncommon to see people walking to visit a convenience store. The best way to get to a convenience store is actually to drive there. The main source of revenue for most convenience stores in the United States is gasoline. About 96% of total revenue from most convenience stores in the States comes from gasoline sales, while the rest of the revenue comes from sales of goods inside the stores. Let's take a look at some of the foods you can expect to find in a typical American convenience store. First of all, you can find a huge selection of snacks, foods, and various drinks. People spent about $25 million in 2017 on food inside convenience stores. But most of the food you find in convenience stores isn't that nutritious. It's typically stuff that's easy to eat while you're driving, and salads aren't so easy to eat behind the wheel. But a bag of potato chips and an energy drink are pretty convenient for a late-night drive. While they might not be the healthiest options, they are pretty tasty from time to time. Some classic American convenience store foods that you can always find are Slim Jim sausages, pre-made cakes and pastries, bags of potato chips, and any candy bar you might want. There are some things you can find only in convenience stores in America. This includes local favorites like boiled peanuts in the southern parts of America, or freshly delivered Krispy Kreme donuts. Each store also has its own specialty items. 7-Eleven has its famous cold drink, the Slurpee, and the chain Wawa is known for its coffee. While hot foods are available at convenience stores in the USA, they don't have the best reputation for being great on flavor. It's pretty common to find a selection of hot dogs or microwave sandwiches that customers heat up themselves and eat on the go. But the problem with these is that most of these items are not actually fresh. They've been sitting out under a heat lamp all day, so they might not have the best flavor and they might not be of the best quality. There's usually no place to sit down and eat inside of a convenience store, as most of the things sold in convenience stores are to take along with you as you drive. There are other sections you can expect to find in American convenience stores. These include car supplies, accessories, lotto cards, and the ice cream freezer. Convenience stores in America accept cash and credit cards, and in many cases, the pump itself will take your credit card payment. If you want to go inside the convenience store to make your payment, however, you need to tell the clerk in the convenience store the number of your pump and how much you'd like to pay. For example, $20 on pump number 4 means you'd like to pay $20 for the gasoline at pump number 4. So you can use cash to do this, or you can use a credit card. So, how do American convenience stores compare to convenience stores in your country? What's similar? What's different? And is there anything else you'd like to know about American culture? Please let us know in the comments. Okay, if you liked this video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. Also, if you want to learn more about American culture, please be sure to visit our website at EnglishClass101.com. You can sign up for your free lifetime account and start learning today. Thanks very much for watching this video, and we'll see you again soon. Bye-bye. I'm so good at folding. Oh my God. I'm going to the Folding Awards, Tokyo Folding Awards 2019. So good. Slide in that time to time. Yeah, I know. Encouraging healthy choices. Hi everyone. Today we're going to be talking about everyday culture in the US. Last time we talked about American convenience stores and how they're unique. This time we're going to talk about American supermarkets. A supermarket, also known as a grocery store, is a one-stop location where people can purchase foods, drinks, and basic household supplies. There are currently over 38,000 supermarkets in the United States. These range from small family-owned stores to huge corporate superstores. The first supermarket was a locally owned shop called Piggly Wiggly. That was 100 years ago. These days, the supermarket industry is dominated by big brands like Kroger, Walmart, and Costco. These stores are massive. The size of an average Costco is about 145,000 square feet. That's about the size of 3 professional soccer fields. Because of the size of these stores, a wider variety of goods is available than in average supermarkets in other countries. In 1975, there was an average of about 8,000 different items in the typical supermarket. By 2008, however, that number had increased to about 47,000 different items. Supermarkets in the U.S. include huge sections that are hard to find in other countries. These include meats, cheeses, cereals, and produce. Many of these sections are unaffected by any kind of seasonal limitations, and so you can find these products year-round. There are several key vocabulary words for supermarkets in the U.S. The dairy section is where you can find yogurt, milk, and cheese. In the produce section, you can find fresh fruit and vegetables. Meat sections are usually where you can buy fresh cuts of beef, pork, and chicken. Packaged lunch meats can be purchased in the deli section. There's also a huge variety of packaged goods. Find entire aisles devoted to things like beans, grains, cereals, and pasta. If you'd like to try to cook something quickly, you can also find a lot of things in the frozen food section. Some supermarkets also have bakeries where you can buy pre-made breads, pastries, and other items. While in some countries it's common to find a huge selection of fish and spices at supermarkets, in the U.S. it's very common to find huge selections of cheese and snack foods. Processed foods and dairy are some of the most commonly purchased items at supermarkets in the U.S. Despite the huge variety and availability of out-of-season goods, prices at supermarkets in the U.S. have remained low. A gallon of milk is around $3. 500 grams of cheddar cheese is as little as $2. 1 kilogram of beef is less than $8, and apples are less than $1 each. Some things are more expensive at supermarkets in the U.S. A great example of this is seafood. For example, in places which are landlocked or surrounded by land with no access to the ocean, good quality seafood is hard to find. Because of this, there's a limited variety of seafood, and most of it is frozen. Goods sold at some supermarkets in the United States are much larger than goods in other countries. At warehouse-style superstores, you can buy items in bulk. Bulk items are items you can buy a large amount of at one time. These supermarkets usually offer 2 ways to check out or pay for your items. The first way is for a cashier to take each individual item from an automatic conveyor belt. The second way is with self-checkout. Customers take their items to a self-checkout machine, scan each item, and then pay at the machine directly. At the machine, customers are required to pack their purchases into bags. At the cashier, either a cashier or an attendant will pack the customer's goods into bags. These methods are equally popular, and you can use cash or a credit card to finish your payment. So, how do supermarkets in the U.S. compare to supermarkets in your country? What's similar? What's different? And is there anything else you'd like to know about culture in the U.S.? Please let us know in the comments. If you like this video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and if you'd like to learn more about culture in the U.S., click the link in the description to get a free lifetime account and start learning with us today. See you next time. Bye! 2 ways to check out. Can you see it? Yeah. Okay. Warehouse style or superstore style stores. I tried to say that and I was not good at. And is there anything else you'd like to know about culture in?
It's time to go home.
Want to learn English fast? Then sign up for your free lifetime account in seconds and start speaking English in minutes at EnglishClass101.com. Just press play on a lesson. Learn conversations from teachers. Our teachers translate and explain every word, and you start speaking in minutes. So, sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Hi everyone! Today we're going to be talking about everyday culture in the US. Last time we talked about American convenience stores and how they're unique. This time we're going to talk about American supermarkets. A supermarket, also known as a grocery store, is a one-stop location where people can purchase foods, drinks, and basic household supplies. There are currently over 38,000 supermarkets in the United States. These range from small family-owned stores to huge corporate superstores. The first supermarket was a locally owned shop called Piggly Wiggly. That was 100 years ago. These days, the supermarket industry is dominated by big brands like Kroger, Walmart, and Costco. These stores are massive. The size of an average Costco is about 145,000 square feet. That's about the size of 3 professional soccer fields. Because of the size of these stores, a wider variety of goods is available than in average supermarkets in other countries. In 1975, there was an average of about 8,000 different items in the typical supermarket. By 2008, however, that number had increased to about 47,000 different items. Supermarkets in the US include huge sections that are hard to find in other countries. These include meats, cheeses, cereals, and produce. Many of these sections are unaffected by any kind of seasonal limitations, and so you can find these products year-round. There are several key vocabulary words for supermarkets in the US. The dairy section is where you can find yogurt, milk, and cheese. In the produce section, you can find fresh fruit and vegetables. Meat sections are usually where you can buy fresh cuts of beef, pork, and chicken. Packaged lunch meats can be purchased in the deli section. There's also a huge variety of packaged goods. Find entire aisles devoted to things like beans, grains, cereals, and pasta. If you'd like to try to cook something quickly, you can also find a lot of things in the frozen food section. Some supermarkets also have bakeries where you can buy pre-made breads, pastries, and other items. While in some countries it's common to find a huge selection of fish and spices at supermarkets, in the US it's very common to find huge selections of cheese and snack foods. Processed foods and dairy are some of the most commonly purchased items at supermarkets in the US. Despite the huge variety and availability of out-of-season goods, prices at supermarkets in the US have remained low. A gallon of milk is around $3. 500 grams of cheddar cheese is as little as $2. 1 kilogram of beef is less than $8, and apples are less than $1 each. Some things are more expensive at supermarkets in the US. A great example of this is seafood. For example, in places which are landlocked or surrounded by land with no access to the ocean, good quality seafood is hard to find. Because of this, there's a limited variety of seafood, and most of it is frozen. Goods sold at some supermarkets in the United States are much larger than goods in other countries. At warehouse-style superstores, you can buy items in bulk. Bulk items are items you can buy a large amount of at one time. These supermarkets usually offer 2 ways to check out or pay for your items. The first way is for a cashier to take each individual item from an automatic conveyor belt. The second way is with self-checkout. Customers take their items to a self-checkout machine, scan each item, and then pay at the machine directly. At the machine, customers are required to pack their purchases into bags. At the cashier, either a cashier or an attendant will pack the customer's goods into bags. These methods are equally popular, and you can use cash or a credit card to finish your payment. So, how do supermarkets in the US compare to supermarkets in your country? What's similar? What's different? And is there anything else you'd like to know about culture in the US? Please let us know in the comments. If you like this video, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and if you'd like to learn more about culture in the US, click the link in the description to get a free lifetime account and start learning with us today. See you next time. Bye! 2 ways to check out.
Can you see it?
Yeah. Okay. Warehouse style or superstore style stores. I tried to say that and I was not good at. And is there anything else you'd like to know about culture in?
It's time to go home.
Hi everyone! Today we'll be talking about everyday American culture in the US. Last time we talked about American supermarkets and how they're unique. This time we're going to look at how much it actually costs to live in New York City. When you think about America, perhaps one of the first things that might come to mind is the bright lights and the fast pace of the big city. For sure, in New York City, everyone who visits wants to go to the big tourist locations: Central Park, Times Square, the Statue of Liberty. But how much does it actually cost to live there? In this video, we're going to talk about the actual living costs of New York City. Let's start with the most basic thing you need to live in New York: an apartment. Without an apartment, you can't really say you live in New York City. But if you want to live in the city, you should be prepared to live in a small space. More than half of the apartments in New York City are 700 square feet or smaller. That's about 65 square meters. This could be for a studio apartment, which has no walls between the kitchen and the bedroom. Or it could be a one-bedroom apartment, which does have a separate bedroom. These kinds of places cost on average $1,890 or $2,100 respectively. So expect to pay a pretty high price if you want to live in the city. But keep in mind that a separate payment is required for heat and water in your apartment. For an average apartment, about 915 square feet in New York City, about $145 is required for utility bills. This covers heating, electricity, water, and garbage. For internet and phone, however, that's a totally separate payment. One of the best things about living in New York City is how convenient things are. If you walk down the street, you can quickly find a coffee shop, a bookstore, or a supermarket. Because of this, people who live there rarely have cars. It's quite expensive to keep one in the city. Instead, people use public transportation, like buses or the subway. For a monthly transit pass, you can expect to pay about $120. And if you want to use a taxi, fares start at $2.50. New York City is known for its wide variety of delicious restaurants. You can find food from all over the world. You can get anything from a food cart hot dog to an expensive steak dinner in New York City. Because of this wide variety, however, it's hard to determine a specific average for a meal. When living in New York City, you can imagine going to concerts, shows, baseball games, and so on. But the cost of these can get pretty pricey. If you want to see the latest film in New York City, you can expect to pay about $15 per ticket. If you want to do something a little more exciting and check out a Yankees baseball game, for example, it'll cost you about $50 a ticket. And if you want to check out Broadway and see one of the latest shows, you can expect to pay about a couple $100s for the best seats. There are lots of ways to determine the cost of living in New York City, but these are just a couple important aspects. So, how does New York City compare to big cities in your country? What are some things that are different? And what else would you like to know about American culture? Let us know in the comments. If you enjoyed this video, hit the like button and subscribe to our channel. And if you want to learn more about American culture, click the link in the description, sign up for your free lifetime account, and start learning with us today. We'll see you next time. Bye! This kicked on in the middle of the shot. Jerk. Big cities in your country. No! Memories. Comment to us, please. Compare to big cities in your country. What are some things that are different?
Okay, let's try that one more time. Your hair.
My hair is like, I want to be in the picture.
Yeah, just that one.
Thanks. And then subscribe to our channel. Uno más!
After the wind.
Yeah! Want to learn English fast? Then sign up for your free lifetime account in seconds and start speaking English in minutes at EnglishClass101.com. Just press play on a lesson. Learn conversations from teachers. Our teachers translate and explain every word, and you start speaking in minutes. So, sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Hi everyone! Today we'll be talking about everyday American culture in the US. Last time we talked about American supermarkets and how they're unique. This time we're going to look at how much it actually costs to live in New York City. When you think about America, perhaps one of the first things that might come to mind is the bright lights and the fast pace of the big city. For sure, in New York City, everyone who visits wants to go to the big tourist locations: Central Park, Times Square, the Statue of Liberty. But how much does it actually cost to live there? In this video, we're going to talk about the actual living costs of New York City. Let's start with the most basic thing you need to live in New York: an apartment. Without an apartment, you can't really say you live in New York City. But if you want to live in the city, you should be prepared to live in a small space. More than half of the apartments in New York City are 700 square feet or smaller. That's about 65 square meters. This could be for a studio apartment, which has no walls between the kitchen and the bedroom. Or it could be a one-bedroom apartment, which does have a separate bedroom. These kinds of places cost on average $1,890 or $2,100 respectively. So expect to pay a pretty high price if you want to live in the city. But keep in mind that a separate payment is required for heat and water in your apartment. For an average apartment, about 915 square feet in New York City, about $145 is required for utility bills. This covers heating, electricity, water, and garbage. For internet and phone, however, that's a totally separate payment. One of the best things about living in New York City is how convenient things are. If you walk down the street, you can quickly find a coffee shop, a bookstore, or a supermarket. Because of this, people who live there rarely have cars. It's quite expensive to keep one in the city. Instead, people use public transportation, like buses or the subway. For a monthly transit pass, you can expect to pay about $120. And if you want to use a taxi, fares start at $2.50. New York City is known for its wide variety of delicious restaurants. You can find food from all over the world. You can get anything from a food cart hot dog to an expensive steak dinner in New York City. Because of this wide variety, however, it's hard to determine a specific average for a meal. When living in New York City, you can imagine going to concerts, shows, baseball games, and so on. But the cost of these can get pretty pricey. If you want to see the latest film in New York City, you can expect to pay about $15 per ticket. If you want to do something a little more exciting and check out a Yankees baseball game, for example, it'll cost you about $50 a ticket. And if you want to check out Broadway and see one of the latest shows, you can expect to pay about a couple $100s for the best seats. There are lots of ways to determine the cost of living in New York City, but these are just a couple important aspects. So, how does New York City compare to big cities in your country? What are some things that are different? And what else would you like to know about American culture? Let us know in the comments. If you enjoyed this video, hit the like button and subscribe to our channel. And if you want to learn more about American culture, click the link in the description, sign up for your free lifetime account, and start learning with us today. We'll see you next time. Bye! This kicked on in the middle of the shot. Jerk. Big cities in your country. No! Memories. Comment to us, please. Compare to big cities in your country. What are some things that are different?
Okay, let's try that one more time. Your hair.
My hair is like, I want to be in the picture.
Yeah, just that one.
Thanks. And then subscribe to our channel. Uno más!
After the wind.
Yeah! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about 10 vocabulary words for technology. I've chosen these vocabulary words because at the time of recording this video, these are words that are kind of related to modern technology. So very, very modern, or the newest technology. Maybe a few years from now, this will have changed, but I hope that this is useful for you. Let's get started. Okay, the first word I want to look at is wireless. Wireless. Wireless is used before a noun to mean something that does not have a wire. There's no cord. There's nothing attached. So for example, like my microphone has a wire. There's a cord connecting my microphone to my mic pack. So this is a wired mic, a wired mic. But we have many wireless technologies now. For example, we have wireless networks. Wireless networks. We commonly call these Wi-Fi in our homes and in restaurants and cafes. So a Wi-Fi, or rather Wi-Fi, refers to a wireless internet connection. We have wireless chargers for our smartphones now, so we don't need to use a cord to plug in our smartphone to something. We can charge it on top of some kind of charging device. We also have wireless headphones too, so we can put in headphones with no cord. We use Bluetooth technology or something similar to do that. So wireless means anything that does not have a cord, does not have a wire. We call that wireless. Okay, the next two seem very similar but are very different. The first one is VR. VR means virtual reality, virtual reality. So this is pronounced virtual, virtual. At native speed, this sounds like virtual reality. So these R and L sounds kind of connect, virtual reality. So virtual reality means something that is completely digital. Virtual means something that's like inside a computer, or it's an environment, a type of space that's 100% created by a computer. So it is a virtual version, a computer version of real life. Reality refers to the real world, the real, like our real life environment. So virtual reality is a computer world, essentially. So we have virtual reality games, for example. We can put on a mask, or we can put on goggles or glasses, and we can play a game inside a computer world where it feels like we are inside that environment. That's called a virtual reality game. We also have virtual reality experiences. So you can go to like a couple of maybe different genres of virtual reality experience. You can, of course, do games, but you can do like travel experiences with virtual reality, or you can do virtual reality home tours, I think, too. So that means, again, you put on glasses or goggles or something, and you can go inside a home, in a virtual home. It's not real, but you can walk around and have the feeling of experiencing a vacation place or experiencing a home or something similar. So we call that a virtual reality experience, a virtual reality experience. These points, these are different from AR. So AR refers to augmented reality, augmented reality. So augmented, the root here is augment, augment. So to augment, that's a verb. To augment something means to add something on, like you're adding something new to something else, to augment something. Here, augmented reality means we are adding something to the real world. So virtual reality means the real world is actually digital. So it's not really the real world. It appears like the real world, but it's digital. Augmented reality is the real world plus something. So this is a big difference between these two. Real world plus something. So augmented reality is quite long. We often say AR instead, AR. We use AR in expressions like this, an AR effect, an AR effect. So an augmented reality effect. So for example, if you take a picture on your phone, and you want to add some special effects to your picture, you can do that with AR. So maybe it looks like there's bright, like writing with fire or something in your picture, or you see some kind of like special imagery, or you want to include some other kind of interesting effect, whatever you like. That's an AR effect. You're adding something that's not there. You're adding something to that reality. You may also hear about AR apps, AR apps. This is, at the time of recording this video, this is kind of a new or emerging, an emerging technology, means it's coming out now, it's becoming available now. An AR app is something that we use on our phone, our smartphone, that changes reality like as we look at the phone. So a great example of this is like a map function. So when we check a map on our phones, we can see the map clearly. With an AR map app, we might look at the phone and ask for directions, and the directions appear on our phone through our camera, and we see lines on our camera telling us where to go. So it adds something to the world around us. To my understanding, AR apps can also be used with technology like Google Glass, for example. You can see a guideline, like again, to use the map example, you can see a guideline telling you which direction to go on your glasses, or in your glasses, I suppose. So you can actually change the way you see the real world by using one of these apps. Pretty interesting. So this is called AR, or augmented reality, adding something to reality. Okay. The next word is reception. Reception. So reception, of course, we can use reception at like a hotel or maybe at like a restaurant lobby or a restaurant desk or something. But reception here refers to the signal that you get, usually with a mobile phone or cell phone or something. And you can also use it to talk about a like wireless network signal too. So we often use this in the negative form, like, I don't have any reception here. That means my phone has no signal. I get no signal. So we use reception with the type of network often. So 5G is emerging. 5G is coming out maybe very soon at the time of recording this video, but you might have 3G reception or 4G reception, someday 5G reception. These are the different levels of networks. So you might hear reception talked about together with these kinds of things. So reception means the signal. So you have good reception, means the signal is good, or you have bad reception, which means there's not a very good signal, not a good connection. So reception is commonly used to talk about the ability to transfer information, to connect to a network somewhere. Okay, the next word I want to talk about is haptic. Haptic. This, at the time of recording, is a new and emerging technology. We're seeing this haptic technology come out on the iPhone 11. So haptic is anything relating to touch. Haptic refers to the sensation of touching something. So when we talk about haptic technology, it means some kind of technology that creates a sensation of touch. So that means we're not actually touching that object. We're not actually touching something or feeling that thing, but the device creates some sensation and we feel like, oh, we're actually touching something, or we feel some kind of motion. That's called haptic technology. So anything haptic relates to the sense of touch, the sense of feeling something. So for example, you might see haptic devices. Haptic devices. This means any device, so some kind of machine or a gadget or some kind of technology that uses haptic technology. So something that has this touch-related technology. You might also hear about like haptic game controllers. So a game controller that gives the user some feeling of touch or of like some kind of sensation. So maybe that's through vibrations or through maybe some kind of shaking or something, or even more detailed haptic technology. So you might hear haptic devices or haptic game controllers and so on. Quite interesting. Okay, let's go to the next vocabulary word. The next word is IoT. IoT refers to the Internet of Things. The Internet of Things. Usually, we use this word just as a simple noun phrase alone, as in like the Internet of Things is an interesting topic, or the Internet of Things is a topic of a lot of study now. So, Internet of Things means, it's, at least at the time of recording this video, is kind of a conceptual idea where many objects are connected through an internet. So right now, of course, we have many objects which are not connected through an internet, but the Internet of Things has there's this idea that one day, perhaps, our maybe important devices or our important things could all be connected. So for example, like in your home, maybe your refrigerator and the lights in your home, the microwave, your toaster, your rice cooker, maybe your bathtub, and I don't know, maybe even like your alarm clock. All of these objects that you use every day could be connected somehow, and you could access them through your smartphone. So this is the idea with the Internet of Things. So things here means actually objects in your everyday life, and they connect to an internet. So it's like making a network of objects, essentially, and then we can control all of those things with a smartphone or with a computer or something. This is the concept of the Internet of Things. Okay, onward to the next one. Next is AI. AI. AI means artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. Artificial means not real, and intelligence means like something, the level of something's like smartness, essentially. So artificial intelligence usually refers to robots and machines doing things instead of humans. So for example, AI-powered chatbot. So you'll often see AI used with powered or like AI-based or AI-enabled. So powered here means this noun, in this case a chatbot. So if you've been to a website that has an automatic chat function, that's probably an AI-powered chatbot. So artificial intelligence-powered chatbot means a robot is chatting with you on that website. We say AI-powered chatbot to describe that. In this case, AI-enabled apps, that means inside the app, you can use, so enabled means able to use, and artificial intelligence. So again, that means inside the app, you are able to use some kind of like robot intelligence or some kind of machine intelligence inside an app. So you'll hear AI-powered or AI-enabled to talk about these machine or robot-based technologies a lot. Okay, on to the next one, which is HD. HD, if you are a YouTube user, you probably already know HD. HD means high definition. We use HD a lot in media to talk about the resolution. So that means how clear the video is. So an HD, a high definition video, is generally a good thing. You can buy HD TVs, HD televisions, to watch HD video. So an HD TV means a TV that you can play high definition videos on, and it will display the video correctly. HD video means a video that was prepared in HD, in high definition. So high definition means there's a large degree, a large amount of clarity. So definition means the details. So high definition, lots and lots of details is another way to understand high definition. Okay, the next one, driverless cars, driverless cars. You'll notice driverless shares this suffix less with wireless, wireless. So this less means not, or not having something, or no, or none. So wireless means no wire. Driverless means no driver. So a driverless car, driverless cars. This is another new emerging technology at the time of making this video. So in sentences, you might see something like this. We might have driverless cars in the future, or driverless cars could be dangerous. So we use driverless cars exactly the same way as we use the word cars. We're just adding this word to make it specific. What type of car? Driverless car. So we can use it in exactly the same way we use the word car. We're just making a specific statement about this type. Okay, finally, the last vocabulary point is machine learning. Machine learning. So machine learning is perhaps as it sounds, it's learning, so a robot or some other kind of computer system learns things like very, very quickly from user input. So a great example of this is the second example. Search engines use machine learning. Search engines use machine learning. So this means when you use Google or whatever other search engine, when you type in information into the search box or when you search for something in Google, a machine or a system, a robot, a computer, tracks your information, like your search information, and over time, with many, many, many people all around the world searching for things, the system, this machine, learns how to be more efficient. It learns how to give the best results. So machine learning is used to give efficient or good results for a specific goal. So there are many, many different ways that we use machine learning. Search engines are one way of doing that. So another example, our software uses machine learning. So you can use this to achieve a specific goal. Maybe you need to do data analysis or something like that. Perhaps you have a machine learning way to do that. So machine learning is coming up more and more as we have lots and lots of data from all around the world. A lot of places and a lot of companies take that data and through machine learning can get some interesting results. So machine learning is in the news a lot these days with relationship to tech and software and so on. Okay, so those are 10 vocabulary words relating to modern technology at the time of this video. Perhaps it has changed. So if there's some other stuff, there probably is, please let us know about it in the comment section of this video. Also, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some sentences with these vocabulary words, please feel free to do that in the comment section as well. Also, if you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about simple present tense in English. Let's get started. Okay, I want to begin this lesson by looking at when to use the simple present tense. There are 2 points I want to focus on. Number 1, we use simple present tense to share facts. So facts refers to information that is always true. For example, I speak English. In this sentence, speak is simple present tense. In this example, he works in New York City. This is a fact, just information that is true. Works is a simple present tense verb. In one more example, they don't live in France. Don't live is simple present tense, but it's just a negative. They don't live in France. So these are examples of simple facts. We express facts with simple present tense. The second use of simple present tense is to express regular actions. So especially this is for items in a schedule or a timetable. When I say schedule or timetable, I mean, for example, something that happens every day at the same time, or every week, or every month, or every year. So it's something that we understand happens regularly. So, for example, I visit my parents every month. In this sentence, visit is a simple present tense verb, and we know that this is a regular action because we have this expression in the sentence, every month. In the next example, the bus leaves at 3 p.m. Leaves is in simple present tense. This is part of a timetable at 3 p.m. So we can understand this is part of a bus schedule. Finally, he doesn't call me every day. He doesn't call me every day. Here, again, we have a negative expression. He doesn't call is in simple present tense. It's a negative expression. And here we have every day. So this shows an action that does not happen every day. So these are the 2 ways to use, or the 2 times to use, simple present tense. Next, I want to talk about how to make simple present tense. First, let's look at how to make statements. I've broken this into positive and negative statements. First, let's take a look at how to make positive statements. We need to think about the subject of the sentence. When we're making basic statements, there are 2 ways to approach it. If your subject is I, you, we, or they, we use this pattern. So I, you, we, or they, plus our infinitive verb. So infinitive verb means just the basic form of the verb. There's no change to the verb, like eat, or sleep, or drink. Just the basic verb form. Then we can add extra information. So the most basic type of sentence is just a subject and a verb. But in many cases, we want to add some more information. We do this after the verb. If, however, your subject is he, she, or it, we use first the subject, then the infinitive verb, and then we add an S sound to the verb. So in most cases, we just change this to add simply an S. So infinitive verb plus just an S. In some cases, we add es, and in some cases, we add ies. Here is the rule for understanding which type of s ending to use. We add es, this es, for verbs ending in double s, so ss, for verbs ending in o, sh, ch, tch, x, and z. So if the infinitive verb ends in one of these, we need to add es when our subject is he, she, or it in a simple present tense statement. If your subject is I, you, we, or they, there's no change to the verb. So this is kind of a tricky point to keep in mind. This will get easier with practice to remember. Then, about this point, this ies ending. For verbs ending in a consonant, so consonant means the letters the letters that are not A, E, I, O, and U, and sometimes Y. But for verbs ending in consonant plus Y, we remove the Y and we add IES. So I'll show you an example of this in just a moment. So this is how we make positive statements with simple present tense. Let's kind of compare this then to making negative statements. When you want to make a negative statement, again, there are two kind of patterns to follow. Again, the subject is very important here. So if your subject is I, you, we, or they, we include don't before the infinitive verb. So yes, you can also use do not, but in everyday speech, we use this reduced don't typically. So do not sounds a little more stiff, a little bit more formal. We typically use don't in everyday speech. So I don't, or you don't, we don't, they don't, plus infinitive verb. So again, no change to the verb. And then in some cases, we add some extra information at the end of the sentence. The other pattern is the he, she, or it subject pattern. If the subject is he, she, or it, we use doesn't. So doesn't is the reduced form of does not. So he doesn't, she doesn't, it doesn't, plus infinitive verb, no change here. So when we make a positive statement, we need to add an S sound to the end of the infinitive verb. When we're making a negative statement, we do not need to make any changes to the verb. Just a plain infinitive verb is perfect, it's fine. And then we can add our extra information after the verb. So, with this information in mind, let's practice making a few sentences with these examples. So, our first situation, our first example, they something every day. If I want to use the verb cook in this expression, what should I do? First, I need to look at the subject of the sentence, they. I'm using they in this pattern. This is a positive, I know, because there's no not here. So I follow this pattern. My pattern when they is the subject is just infinitive verb plus extra information. So I know this should be cook. They cook every day. This is the correct sentence. The next example, she something reports every month. My verb here is write. So I look at my subject is she. I know from my hint this is a positive sentence, so there's no not here. So I can go here. So she is my subject, infinitive verb plus an S sound, I know that. So which S ending should I use? My verb here is write. It doesn't end in any of these spellings, and it doesn't end in consonant plus Y, so I know I should use just a simple S ending. She writes reports every month is the correct sentence. She writes reports every month. All right, on to the next example. He something, a car. So here, my clue is not have. So my clue, my hint here, tells me this should be a negative statement. So I'll start my search here in the negative section. I see my sentence, my subject is he. So I know I should use this pattern. He plus doesn't plus infinitive verb. So again, no change to the verb in a negative statement. That means I can use doesn't plus have to make a negative. So the final sentence becomes, he doesn't have a car. He doesn't have a car. All right, one more example. She, something, internationally 4 times a year. Internationally. So internationally means outside her country or outside the place where she lives. So my verb here is fly. I see that this is probably a positive statement because there's no not here. So fly, and my subject is she, okay. So she plus infinitive verb. Now, which S pattern should I use? My verb is fly, and it follows this pattern. So it's a verb that ends in consonant plus Y. So L is a consonant. Consonant plus Y ending. The rule is to remove Y and add IES. So the correct answer is flies. She flies internationally 4 times a year. So this is how we can find the correct verb form to use depending on the sentence. So your subject is very important here. Okay, with that, let's continue to making questions. This is about how to make statements with simple present tense. Let's practice how to make questions with simple present tense. Again, the subject of our sentence is very important. Let's take a look at these two to begin. These are our yes and no type questions. So when I say yes or no type question, I mean the questions we can answer by saying just yes or no. So to make yes or no questions in simple present tense, we can use this pattern if our subject is I, you, we, or they again. Do I, do you, do we, do they, plus our infinitive verb, plus our extra information. I included here do I. This is kind of a rare pattern, this do I, because usually we don't ask ourselves like yes or no questions. But sometimes, if you're the kind of person who talks to yourself sometimes, as many of us are, you might think to yourself a do I question, like do I have a meeting today? Like you think out loud, you're thinking to yourself, you might say it out loud. So this is kind of a rare pattern, do I, but you might use it when you talk to yourself. So when we make an yes or no question, this is the pattern for I, you, we, and they subjects. If, however, your subject is he, she, or it, we use does to begin the question. Does he, does she, does it, plus infinitive verb, plus extra information. So again, notice when you're making a question, you do not need to make a change to the infinitive verb. There's no S here. There's no S sound that's added when you're making a question. We just need to change the do or does to match the subject of our question. So let's compare this to a WH question. So when I say WH question, I mean who, what, where, when, why, those questions. So when we're asking these like information questions, we want to get some information more than just yes or no. These are the patterns we use. Again, subject is important here. So we use WH question, like who, what, where, plus do, plus your subject, I, you, we, they, plus our infinitive verb and our extra information. If, however, again, our subject is he, she, or it, we use WH question, who, what, where, does, he, infinitive verb, extra information. So let's practice these two types of question in these examples. Let's begin here. There are 2 blanks, you'll notice. So, something, you, something, here. My verb here is work. So, I know that I need to put something in this one space. And since there's only one space, I can guess it's probably this pattern. So this pattern, the information question pattern, requires 2 words before the subject. So this one, I can guess, follows this pattern. My subject is you, so I know this part should be do you. And my verb here is work, so do you work here. My infinitive verb does not take any changes in this pattern. Do you work here? So you might need to use this if you're shopping and you find someone, you have a question. Do you work here? Can I ask you a question? Okay, on to the next one. Something, he, something in your neighborhood. In your neighborhood. So my verb is live. Live. Again, 1 space here. My subject is he, so I go to this pattern and I have 1 word before my he subject. So I understand this is does. Does he? My verb is live. In this pattern, there's no change to the infinitive verb. Does he live in your neighborhood? It's perfect. Does he live in your neighborhood? Okay, on to the next pair. These 2 are going to use this WH question pattern. So, what, something, we, something for the party. My verb is need, need. So I've added this to make it a little easier to understand. What, something, we. So here I have we. Where should I look for the pattern that uses we? And before we is do. What do we? My infinitive verb takes no change, so what do we need for the party is the correct question. What do we need for the party at native speed? 1 more. When something, he, something to the office. So here, my verb is go. Go. Again, my subject here is he, so I need to look at this pattern. Before he is does, in between my question word and my subject. So when does he, my verb go, takes no change in this pattern. When does he go to the office? When does he go to the office at native speed? Okay, I want to end this lesson with a couple of kind of extra examples. I've used these why patterns. So you might know about this kind of advice pattern, which is using a why question to make a gentle suggestion. And this takes kind of an interesting pattern. We make this in kind of a special way. So it's why something, your computer in this case. My verb is restart, to restart a computer. When we make these advice patterns though, we use a negative here. So we follow the same rule, like this, but in this portion, the do or does portion, we follow this rule right here. We use the same negative words, don't and doesn't. This makes a kind of gentle, soft advice or suggestion pattern. So in this case, you is my subject. We learned over here, when you is the subject, the negative is don't. So we place it here. We'll make the negative don't here. Why don't you? No change to the verb. Why don't you restart your computer? So this is a suggestion. I'm having computer trouble. Oh no, I don't know what to do. Why don't you restart your computer? Is something your coworker or your friend might say. Another example of this, why something, she something, her schedule. And my verb is change, change. So she is my subject. In the positive, it's does. We learned here the negative form is doesn't, doesn't. So why doesn't she, no change, why doesn't she change her schedule? Why doesn't she change her schedule? She seems so busy. So these are the different ways we can make questions and advice, giving suggestions with simple present tense. So this is an introduction to when to use, how to make and a couple of extra points about simple present tense. I hope that this lesson was helpful for you. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making sentences or questions with simple present tense, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about college or university vocabulary words. Let's get started. All right, first, let's talk about the difference between college and university. Most people use them interchangeably, but specifically, the difference is this. A college offers 4-year courses, so that means 4 years of education, 4 years of study, and you can earn a degree. So I'm going to talk about degrees a bit later in this lesson. So a college offers 4 years of education, 4 years of study to get a degree. For example, I got into a good college. I got into a good college. So got in means I was accepted to. I was accepted to a college as a student. I got into a good college. A university then, a university offers 4-year courses, like a college, yes, and universities have what's called a graduate school. So there are these 4-year courses, and then graduate school is like extra study after the 4-year coursework. So for example, the university is well known for its space program. Okay, so university, college, then the next point, graduate school, which I've mentioned here in this kind of explanation of university. So a graduate school is education, or a graduate school offers education after 4-year coursework. So after college or after the basic general education required to get a bachelor's degree, which I'll talk about later, you can choose to go to graduate school. So if you choose to go to graduate school, you get higher level degrees, a master's degree or a PhD. Again, I'll talk about those later. So graduate school is like even more study. For example, are you going to go to graduate school? Okay. The next word is TA. TA. A TA is a teaching assistant, a teaching assistant. So this is someone who is an assistant to your instructor. So in most cases, in colleges and universities, there's one instructor. This could be a professor, it could be an associate professor, it could be like a visiting guest lecturer. There are many different types of instructor, and the definitions can change depending on the college or the university. But in general, there's one instructor, and the instructor may have a teaching assistant, or there may be more than one teaching assistant. These teaching assistants help the instructor with the class. So this might mean the teaching assistant leads group discussions, or the teaching assistant helps with homework, or the teaching assistant helps students to learn some topics in more detail. So teaching assistants are often graduate students. So a graduate student is a student in the graduate school. So it's very common for a graduate school student to work together with a professor in the graduate school in the same topic, and the graduate student gets some extra credit or has maybe a part-time job as a teaching assistant for the professor. So they have the same subject, they have the same topic of study, and the teaching assistant works together with the professor in this way. So for example, in a sentence, he got the reading assignment from the TA. He got the reading assignment from the TA. So this might mean my classmate received our week's reading assignment from the TA, from the teaching assistant. So TA is a very common way to abbreviate, to shorten teaching assistant. Okay, on to the next expression, or the next vocabulary word, which is syllabus. Syllabus. Syllabus refers to a course schedule and overview. In most colleges and universities, you get this document, this physical document, on the first day of class. It's very common for the first day of a course to be like an orientation day. So that means you learn all of the important days, you learn all of the materials you need to gather for the lesson, you learn everything you need to know about the class. So a syllabus is very important because it teaches you when all of your exams are going to happen. It teaches you, or explains rather, it explains all of the other important dates, like the dates for assignments, deadlines for assignments. It will give you the assigned readings. Usually there are some things to read for your lessons. And it'll also give you contact information for your professor, for your TA, and so on. You'll typically find information about the grading scale for your class too. Other information you might see in a syllabus includes something about like the course topics in general, like the aim of the course and what you can expect to learn in the course. You'll also find contact information for the key people in your course and maybe any assistants in the course too. So the syllabus is a very important document. It has like all your textbooks as well. So this is a very common expression, this example sentence. Check the syllabus before you email the professor. This is something most instructors say very often in college courses or university courses. If you have a question, the first document you should check is your syllabus. Does your syllabus answer this question that you have? So make sure you check your syllabus before you email your professor or your teaching assistant. You might already have the answer in the document. Okay, on to the next one. The next one, actually, let's look at these together. These vocabulary words are semester and term. Semester and term. So a semester is 6 months, and a term means one period in the school year. So depending on the college or depending on the university, they might have different like calendar systems they use for their courses. So some universities use a semester system, which means every 6 months is a new chance to start courses. So for example, there might be a spring semester and a fall semester, or maybe a summer semester and a winter semester. So that means courses are for 6 months at a time. So you take the same lessons every day or every week for 6 months, you finish it, and at the end of the semester, at the end of the 6-month period, you have a break, and then you start a new semester, a new course, a new group of courses. So a semester is a 6-month period. Some universities operate on a semester system. For example, winter semester is starting soon. Then a term means one period in the school year. So a semester can be a term. So one period could be 6 months. So we have 2 terms in the school year, so 2 semesters. However, you may find it's actually very common for some universities to have like 3 terms or 4 terms, like 1 term for each season. So they don't use a semester system. They have like 3 terms or 4 terms. So there might be like a spring term and a summer term and an autumn term and a winter term in your university. You might find something like that. So a term refers to the period of time for a course. For example, our university uses a 4-term system. So that means in 1 year, in 1 academic year, in 1 college or university calendar year, there are 4 periods for study. Okay, let's go to the next word, which is quiz. Quiz. A quiz is a small test of knowledge. So quiz is something that's usually not really important for your grade, but it's like a small test of your knowledge to make sure you understand the things you're studying in your class. For example, I had a pop quiz today. pop quiz today. Pop quiz refers to a surprise quiz. Pop means like sudden or surprise. A pop quiz means you didn't have any information about it. Your teacher or your instructor decided to give the students a quiz with no chance to prepare. So it's like, what do you know now? You may find pop quizzes in some of your classes in colleges and universities. So let's compare quiz to exam or examination. An exam or an examination, we use exam because examination is long. An exam is a large test of knowledge. We typically, in university level courses, have two exams. We have a mid-term exam and a final exam. So I just used the word midterm. So midterm means in the middle of the period. So for example, in the middle of spring term, I'll have a midterm exam. So that means this term, this period is halfway finished. We're going to have a test of knowledge, a midterm. So mid refers to middle, a midterm exam and a final exam. So final exam refers to a test that happens at the end of the course. It is the final test of your knowledge from that course. For example, we need to study for the final exam. Okay, the next word is thesis. Thesis. A thesis is a document that students prepare in order to graduate and receive a degree. So many universities and colleges require a thesis. So you need to make a topic of study, or you need to choose a topic of study to write a document about and give a presentation about to your instructors, and they'll decide if you get a degree or not based on your work. So depending on the university, there may be different requirements. You may not have to prepare a thesis document, a big thesis document for a bachelor's degree, or there may be some different requirements, but a thesis is a very common thing that many students need to prepare in order to graduate. So it's common for a thesis to be a paper document and to be a presentation. You need to present your ideas to the instructors at your university in your department. For example, what's your thesis title? So we choose a title for our research or a title for our topic. Okay, the next word I've mentioned is degree. A degree. A degree is a certification of knowledge in a subject from a college or a university. So a degree is physically the paper certificate you receive after you finish a 4-year course of study or more if you go to graduate school. So a degree is like the thing you receive at the end of your studies. For example, I finally got my degree. I finally got my degree. All right, the last group here, these are types of degrees. So after 4 years of study at a college or university, you'll receive what's called a BA or a BS in most cases. So BA stands for Bachelor of Arts. BS stands for Bachelor of Science. So there are these two groups. If you study something that's in the arts, so that means humanities, maybe something that's more creative, you'll receive a Bachelor of Arts. If you study something in the sciences, so like chemistry, physics, biology, math, you'll receive a Bachelor of Science. So depending on the type of study you do, you'll receive one of these two. We call this a bachelor's degree, a 4-year degree typically. The next type of degree, the next step up, is called a master's degree. A master's degree is something you get by attending graduate school. So after you finish 4 years, you decide to continue your studies, you attend a graduate school, and typically a master's program, a master's degree, requires maybe about 2 additional years of study. So that means 6 total years of study in order to get a master's degree. You may also hear this just called a master's, similar to bachelor's degree, which we often just call a bachelor's. I got my bachelor's in something, or he got his master's in architecture. So when you want to introduce the topic of your study or the title of your department maybe, you use in, a master's in architecture, or she has a BA in linguistics. So linguistics means like the study of language. So we use the preposition in after our degree and before the topic of study. Finally, PhD. PhD is the highest level of certification you can receive. So PhD means Doctor of Philosophy, or we also call it a doctorate. So Doctor of Philosophy is the highest level of certification you can receive. And yes, philosophy is in the title, but that doesn't mean like your topic of study is philosophy. It just means you have the highest level of recognized knowledge in that subject. So we can use PhD as a title, and we can use it to talk about our degree. For example, she's a PhD. So that means she's a doctor of philosophy, and we usually include like the subject or the topic of study that she received a PhD for. So she's a PhD, or he has a PhD in economics. So we can use both of these patterns, he has or she is. So both of those are commonly used to talk about people with PhDs. So a PhD often takes a lot of time. It can take, after a master's degree, which is maybe 6 years, it can maybe take another 2 years to maybe even up to 8 years to receive a PhD. So like medical doctors receive PhDs. It takes a very long time, and in many cases, a lot of money in order to get a PhD. So these are some very important keywords that you can use when talking about colleges and universities and your studies. So I hope that this was helpful for you. Of course, if you know some other words that are important to use in colleges, universities, and so on, please feel free to share those in the comments, and also please feel free to make some sentences with these vocabulary words too. Of course, if you have any other questions or comments or anything else, please feel free to let us know about those as well. If you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the present progressive tense in English. Let's get started. First, I want to talk about the primary uses, the main ways we use the present progressive tense or the present continuous tense. You might also hear it called that. First, we use present progressive tense to express temporary actions and conditions. So a temporary action or a temporary condition is something that happens or is a condition that is true for a short period of time. With present progressive tense, it's something temporary, something that is true now, at this point in time. So not in the past. That's what we use past progressive to talk about. And we don't use it to talk about the future either. Present progressive refers to temporary actions and conditions that are true now and that are going to finish at some point in time. We also use present progressive to express a future planned action. We use this in exactly the same way as we use going to or not going to. So if you want some more information about point 2, I recommend you check the simple future tense video on our channel or on our website. You'll find some more information about future tense with going to and a little bit about this use of present progressive tense too. In this lesson, I'm going to focus on use number 1. So talking about temporary actions. Let's talk about how we make sentences and questions with this grammar point. First, let's look at making statements. So making simple statements. When we make positive statements, the pattern we use is this. We use subject, then next is the be verb, next is the verb, our present progressive tense verb, and we add ing to the end of the verb, so the verb in the ing form. Please keep in mind that depending on your subject, the form of be will change. Let's look at some examples. First, I am teaching, a very basic sentence. My subject is I. My be verb is am. So when the subject is I, my be verb needs to be am to match this subject. Then teaching. So here the verb is teach. The ing form, the present progressive form, is teaching. So I am teaching refers to my actions now, my actions that are true now. In this moment, I am teaching. Soon, after this lesson, I will not be teaching. So this is a temporary situation, a temporary action. Let's look at another example. You are watching. So watching this video. You is my subject. Are is the form of the be verb I need to use. So because my subject is you, the be verb has to be are. You are. We use these as a pair. It's a set phrase. Finally, watching. So my verb here is watch. In the ing form, it's watching. You are watching. So again, this is a temporary condition, a temporary action. It's true now. So in this moment, your current state or your current action is watching this video. So when this video finishes, you will not be watching this video. It is a temporary action. Okay, so let's compare this to negative statements. To make a negative statement, we follow a very similar pattern to the positive pattern. We use subject plus be, and then we use not before the verb in the ing form. So some examples. He is not listening. He is not listening. Here my subject is he. My be verb is. So when the subject of the sentence is he or she or it, the be verb changes to is. I've used not, so this makes the negative form of the sentence, and my verb is listen. I've used listening in the ing form. He is not listening. So maybe someone in your house or someone nearby you watching this video, or maybe not watching this video, is not listening to the video, or she is not listening. So this is an action that is not happening now. So sometimes we want to talk about that. For example, I am not sitting. I am standing right now. So if we want to talk about something that is not true and that is temporary, we can do it with a sentence pattern like this. One more example. They are not helping. So my subject is they. My be verb is are. So just as we used with you are, they are. We also use are when the subject is they. Not helping. So help is my verb. The ing form is helping. They are not helping. So again, this is a temporary situation. In this moment, they, those people over there, are not helping. So maybe we want them to help. So we might ask them, please help us or something. We want to express this current negative condition. So this is how we do it, by using a negative sentence pattern. Let's now look at how to make some questions. So first, I want to look at how we make information questions. So we use WH questions at the beginning of this pattern, like who, what, where, when, why, how, and so on. So we're trying to get some information. So we use our WH question. We use the be verb, then our subject, and our verb in the ing form. For example, what are you doing? A very common question and good to know. What are you doing? So again, our subject is you. This matches with are. Our be verb must be are to match with the subject you. And do is my verb in the ing form, doing. What are you doing at native speed? You might also hear this part become very short. So instead of what are you doing, you might hear what you doing? What you doing? This is a very natural way to express this, especially in American English. Okay, one more example. Where are they going? Where are they going? So again, my subject here is they. Again, the be verb is are. Here, where? So this is a question about a place, in this case, a destination. Where are they going? This means the action is happening now. They are traveling in some way, maybe walking or driving or flying. So the action is happening now. That's what this progressive form shows us. So here, the listener is doing something. There's an action happening now. The speaker wants to know what it is. In this example sentence, they, so some people, are traveling somewhere. The speaker wants to know where the destination is. Okay, let's compare this to yes or no questions. So these are questions we can answer with a simple yes or no response. When we want to make a yes or no question, we begin with is or are. Again, this depends on the subject, so we need to think about the subject of the sentence and choose the correct form of the be verb to match. We then follow it with a verb in the ing form, and as you'll see, some extra information often too. For example, is he working right now? Is he working right now? And are you listening to me? So we can answer both of these with yes or no to answer. So is he working right now? Yes. You can make a full sentence and say, yes, he's working right now. But in most cases, we just say yes. With this question, are you listening to me? You can again answer with yes or probably not no, because if you are not listening to me, you probably won't hear the question. Please note, in some cases, when we're talking to ourselves, like there's no other person in the room, we might ask ourselves a yes or no question. And in that case, we would use am I in the ing form. Like, am I doing this correctly? Like you might think if you're using your computer, am I doing this correctly? Am I doing this right? So in those cases, you can use am I, yes, when you're talking to yourself. But when you're making questions with yes or no answers for other people, you'll probably use this is or are pattern, not the am I pattern. So I'll add it to the board, but just keep in mind, in most cases, you'll probably use the is or are pattern when talking to other people. Okay, so let's finish this lesson by looking at a very common mistake related to the present progressive tense. Something I hear learners do a lot is they use present progressive, this grammar point, to express an action or to express a condition that is always true. So a key point with this present progressive tense is that it's a temporary action. It's not something that's true forever. It's not something that's always true. Sometimes I hear a student say this. For example, I am working in LA. I am working in LA. So when the speaker wants to share their regular workplace, this is an incorrect way to do it. The reason this is incorrect is because working expresses a temporary action. But if your regular workplace is in LA, you shouldn't use present progressive tense to express that. Instead, you should say, I work in LA. I work in LA. Simple present tense. For more about the simple present tense, you can take a look at the simple present tense video on our YouTube channel or our website. Then you can use present progressive tense to describe a temporary situation. So these two sentences are okay. I am working in LA this week. So the reason this sentence is correct is because this sentence expresses a time period, a fixed time period. This week, I'm working in LA this week. It's temporary. In a case like that, it's fine. Another example, she is working in LA for the summer. So that means for this time period, the action is going to continue. The action is continuing. So we can use present progressive tense to describe this. In these cases, it's fine because we understand the time period for the action. In this case, I am working in LA. No, we cannot use it in this way. Please use simple present tense to describe regular actions and things that are always true. All right, so I'll finish there. If you have any questions or comments or want to practice making sentences with the present progressive tense, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Of course, if you want to ask any other questions or if you want to share some other ideas with your fellow viewers, please feel free to add those in the comment section as well. If you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about making complaints, apologizing, and providing solutions. For this lesson, I'm going to focus on making complaints and apologizing and so on in customer service situations. In these cases, I'm focusing on restaurant, bar, cafe, and hotel-related situations. Let's get started. First, I want to look at how to make complaints. I've chosen some patterns you can use to make a variety of different complaints in a few different situations. Let's begin with these two. The first way to make a complaint is my plus machine isn't working. So in this complaint pattern, we use some kind of machine. This can be like an electronic device. It can be something that doesn't use electricity, but that is like a machine. It's something that has many parts that we need to work together. So we use isn't working when we're talking about a problem with a machine. So for example, my smartphone isn't working, or my refrigerator isn't working, my air conditioner isn't working. Some kind of machine isn't working. This isn't is not, and working means functioning, but we do not say functioning. Functioning sounds way too formal and is not a conversational word. Instead, we say my machine isn't working. You might also hear, my machine isn't working properly, or my machine isn't working correctly. So that shows there's some kind of problem. This is a common way to make a complaint about some type of machine. My computer isn't working. Then, this next one is similar. It is, the object is broken, or you could say my or his or her to be specific about whose object. But in this pattern, we can use any object. That includes machines. So when we say is broken, it just means this thing is not functioning correctly, or there's some problem with it. I cannot use this object in this condition. There's some problem. So we can use machines in this pattern. The smartphone is broken, or my smartphone is broken. My computer is broken. That has the same meaning here. But in this pattern, we can use things that are not machines, like my chair is broken, or my hairbrush is broken, or this pot in my kitchen is broken. So you can use is broken to refer to many different objects, many different things in many situations. This pattern is used for machines, for like electronic devices. So these two are very, very useful for explaining when something is not functioning correctly. Okay, on to the next one. This one is good in a restaurant or bar or cafe. We use this expression when the waitstaff brings you something and it is not the thing you ordered. So you ordered item A, they bring you item B. You say, this isn't what I ordered. This isn't what I ordered, or I didn't order this. So usually you'll say, this isn't what I ordered. I ordered A. This is B. So I ordered, past tense, A. This is B. So we start with, this isn't what I ordered, or sorry, I don't think this is what I ordered, to make it a little softer. This isn't what I ordered, or I didn't order this. Okay, on to the next one. The next one is kind of useful in hotels and other accommodation-related situations. It depends a little bit, the final sentence depends on the singular or the plural form of the item in question. So, when we want to use this pattern, it's because we are missing something in the room, in our hotel room, that we expect to be there, that should be there, or there is something in the room that should not be there. So that's why there's this no or no in parentheses. let's first take a look at what we do in this pattern when we have an object that we use in the plural form. So, for example, there are no towels in my room. There are no towels in my room. So in a hotel room, maybe I expect there will be towels in my hotel room so I can take a shower or a bath. But there are no towels in my room. I want to make a complaint. I use this pattern to do it because towels, plural, needs to take this are. There are no towels pattern. If, however, I want to maybe say I want to use the singular form of something. Maybe if I expect there should be a refrigerator in my room, but there's not, I could say, there is no refrigerator in my room. There is no refrigerator in my room, or there's no air conditioner in my room. I expected it, but it's not here. So we use this singular pattern with is. So is matches with a singular object. Then let's compare this to something that is in the room that we do not want in the room. For example, there are flies in my room. There are flies in my room. Maybe there are hundreds of flies or bees or something. There are flies in my room. So again, we use the plural flies or bees or whatever kind of insect, and we use are to match this plural item. There are flies in my room or there are bees in my room. Then, if we need to talk about a single item, we need to use this pattern, but we also need to use an article, a or an, before the object if it is a countable noun. So, for more about countable and uncountable nouns, please check the countable nouns and uncountable nouns videos on our YouTube channel or on our website. So, for example, if there's an animal in your room, there is a squirrel in my room. So I don't expect a squirrel to be in my room. I'm shocked. There is a squirrel in my room. So I use a because my singular noun, squirrel, begins with S. So a squirrel in my room. Or maybe in a crazy situation, there is an elephant in my room. So I use an in that case because elephant begins with an E sound, that eh sound. There is an elephant in my room. So we use this pattern to express something that is in the room that we do not want there, and we use the negative pattern to talk about something we expect to be in the room, but that is not there. Okay, let's go to the last complaint. This one is good in restaurant and bar and cafe situations. I'm allergic to this. I'm allergic to this, or you can change this to the item. I'm allergic to bread, or I'm allergic to nuts. You can change this to be specific. I'm allergic to means I have an allergy to. I have an allergy to something. We use I'm allergic to. We use the preposition to in this case. Okay, so we have some basic complaints we can use in customer service situations. Now let's see how we apologize. So if you are staff, or if you need to understand clearly, which everybody does, the response from the staff, let's take a look at these expressions. When you're apologizing, please be careful about using the expression, I'm sorry. So I'm sorry expresses a very basic feeling. I am sorry. However, please note we use this expression when we personally made a mistake. So we use this a lot in like friendships and when we're talking to our family members. So I made a mistake. I'm sorry. Like I forgot to buy milk. I'm sorry. It was my mistake. In customer service situations then, sometimes it's not your mistake. It's someone else's mistake or it's a company mistake. It's something, just the situation was not correct somehow. So if you say, I'm sorry, it sounds like maybe you are the person to blame. So here are some better ways to apologize for something. Here, I'm terribly sorry about the mistake. So this is a professional way to apologize if you were the person that made the mistake. For example, the customer says, this isn't what I ordered, and you check and you're like, oh no, I made a mistake. You can say, I'm terribly sorry about the mistake. Terribly means so, but this is a more formal way to express an apology. I'm terribly sorry about the mistake, or I'm terribly sorry for the mistake. You can use either here, no difference in meaning, or I'm terribly sorry about that as well. So in some cases, you don't want to say the mistake, just I'm terribly sorry about that. There was some kind of strange situation. So this sounds like a more professional way of saying, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry about the mistake if you did something, or that if the situation is not so good somehow. On to this next one. We apologize for the inconvenience. We apologize for the inconvenience. Please note that we're beginning this expression with we. Here, I sounds like me, just me, one person. We is something we use when we're apologizing or when we're talking for a group, or you're talking for your company or for your organization. So this is very common in emails. We apologize for the inconvenience. For the inconvenience means we apologize for causing you a problematic situation, or this is not a convenient situation for you. We're sorry for that. That's what this means. We apologize for the inconvenience. You might say that in response to something like this, like, there are no towels in my room. The staff at the hotel might say, oh, we apologize for the inconvenience. So that's how they might begin to fix the problem. We apologize for the inconvenience. You might also see this in road construction situations. There are signs on the road that say, we apologize for the inconvenience, like we're doing road construction at this time. Okay, this one is useful. The next one is useful when you hear bad news. Sometimes in customer service situations, an upset customer will share something that's not related to you, but they want to just express some unhappy feeling or whatever. You can also use this with friends and family too, when there's a bad situation, but you are not related to the situation. So like, for example, someone lost their job, or they lost like their wallet or their car keys or something. You can respond with, I'm so sorry to hear that. Or to make less of an emphasized statement, I'm sorry to hear that. So, I'm so sorry to hear that. This part is important, to hear that. I'm so sorry, again, means I made a mistake. I'm so sorry means I made a mistake. I'm so sorry to hear that means I feel sad, or I feel sorry for you when I hear that information. I'm so sorry to hear that. So use this when you hear bad news, bad news. Okay, last one here is a very formal apology for a very big mistake. We deeply apologize for the error. We deeply apologize for the error. So maybe in this case, like, there are already people in my room. Like, you might walk into a hotel room and someone else is in your hotel room, and you say, oh my gosh, there are already people in my room. There are people in my hotel room. They might say, we deeply apologize for the error. So this is similar to we apologize for something. We deeply apologize. That means very, very much. We deeply apologize for the error, or for the mistake, you might hear too. In this case, error and mistake mean the same thing. Error sounds a little bit more formal. We deeply apologize for the error. Okay, finally then, let's talk about giving solutions. So how do people in the situation try to fix the problem, make the customer happy? You'll notice all of these begin with we'll or I'll. We will or I will. We use will in all of these because the speaker is making a decision in the conversation. So this is new information. The staff is getting a complaint from the customer. The staff's responsibility is to make a decision in that moment to help the customer. So we don't use going to generally in response to these. We use will. For example, I'll arrange for someone to fix it right away. So for example, my air conditioner isn't working. Might say, we apologize for the inconvenience. I'll arrange for someone to fix it right away. So in this case, yes, I've mixed we and I in example sentences, but you might hear, I'm very sorry for the inconvenience. I'll arrange for someone to fix it right away. So that sounds more like a little bit of personal responsibility. Or to make it more of like a company feeling, we apologize for the inconvenience. We'll arrange for someone to fix it right away. So arrange for someone means we're going to call someone, some person, like some repair person, to come to where you are to fix the problem. We'll arrange for someone to fix it right away. Another solution-related sentence. We'll get a replacement for you immediately. We'll get a replacement for you immediately. So for example, the chair in my room is broken. They might say, oh, I'm terribly sorry about that. Or we're terribly sorry about that. We'll get a replacement for you immediately. So to get a replacement means to acquire, to obtain a replacement of that item. So you might hear, we'll get a new chair, or we'll get a replacement chair for you immediately. But replacement just means replacement of that thing you mentioned. Immediately here and right away in this one. In this case, they mean roughly the same thing. Immediately sounds a little faster and like with a little more urgency, like maybe it's an emergency situation. We'll get a replacement for you immediately. Right away sounds like polite, yes, and it's going to happen quickly. It doesn't sound so like urgent. It doesn't sound like emergency level like immediately does though. Okay, next expression, we'll prepare the correct dish or the correct drink right away. So this is in response to this. This isn't what I ordered. Oh, I'm terribly sorry about the mistake. We'll prepare the correct dish right away. We'll prepare the correct drink right away. So that's how you explain that the thing the customer originally ordered is going to come soon. Again, we'll prepare the correct dish or drink. Probably we'll is best in this situation because in most cases, the person taking customer orders is not the person also cooking food or making drinks. So we'll sounds like our staff will prepare this now. Okay, next one. We'll send some to you right away, or we'll send one to you right away. This is in response to a complaint like this. As we talked about before, singular and plural are important to consider here. Same thing with the answer. For example, there are no towels in my room. Oh, we're very sorry to hear that. We're very sorry for the inconvenience. We'll send some to you right away. We'll send some towels, or we'll send a few towels. So you need to consider, is this a singular thing or a plural thing? Towels is plural, so some is a nice choice. Or we'll send a few, so not just one. If, however, it's one item, like there's no refrigerator in my room, they'll say, we'll send one to you right away. We'll send one to you right away. If you say some, it sounds like you're going to get more than one refrigerator. We'll send you some refrigerators right away. Plural, so just one refrigerator. Please keep this in mind when you're answering this question. Finally, I'll take this away. I'll take this away. This is in response to, I'm allergic to this. So I received a dish, I'm allergic to this. They might say, oh, we deeply apologize for the error. I'll take this away. Or I'm very sorry about the mistake. I'll take this away. That means I will remove this dish from your table or from the place you are sitting. I'll, again, take this away. So these are some sample solutions. Again, please consider using will. All of these use will because we're making a decision in the moment of speaking. So I hope that this lesson was helpful for you both in making complaints and in understanding and providing apologies and solutions. Of course, there are many more ways to make complaints and to apologize and to give solutions. So if you have any questions or comments, or if there's another idea that you have, please feel free to include it in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about journalism and newspaper vocabulary. So these are vocabulary words that are used in the news. So you might see these in online newspapers, in magazines, and in other kinds of reports. Let's get started. Okay, the first word or group of words I want to talk about is this. It is article, piece, or story. We use these three words to mean the same thing in most cases. So these three words refer to an essay or an opinion or other writing that is published in media. So this can be, like I said, someone's opinion. It can be something that was researched. It can be interviews, but it's some writing prepared for publication, prepared to be shared in media of some kind, like in a magazine or a newspaper, perhaps a blog, something like that. For example, this is a really interesting story. So here, story is used. When we're using story to talk about this kind of writing, it does not mean like fiction story, like a children's story. We use the word story to talk about news items as well. Okay, let's go to the next expression, which is according to. According to. So according to is an expression we use to share the source of some information. So this can be a person, this can be a written document, it can be some kind of writing, it can be a report, it can be any kind of information, any place you receive information, any place you get information, that can be a source. So you can note the source, you can indicate the source with according to. For example, according to witnesses, the suspect broke a window to escape. So in this case, the source is witnesses. So a witness is someone who saw something. In this case, a crime. Witnesses is the plural, which means according to more than one person who saw what happened, the suspect broke a window to escape. So we indicate, we share the source of information with according to. Okay, let's continue to the next expression, or the next verb in this case, to cite. To cite. The pronunciation here is cite. C-I-T-E. So to cite something means to refer to a written document, usually a written document, but it can be other media as well, as an information source or a reason for doing something. So, for example, he cited his professor's book in his essay. So that means in this person's essay, in his essay, in his essay, he included his professor's book as a source of information. So that means this was a key place that this writer got his information from. He cited his professor's book. So we can talk about other sources. Usually when we use cite, we're talking about written information. So this can be a thesis paper, it can be an essay, it can be a newspaper article. So we cite information, we cite our sources to make our essays, to make our writing clearer and to show where we got our information from. So it's like saying, this is my opinion. The reason I have this opinion is because I read this information, and this information. So we can check kind of the background of the writing by looking at the things the writer cited. So to cite something is extremely, extremely important if you are preparing documentation at the college or university level. It's very common for students to cite other papers, cite books, and other media sources in their thesis writing and in other essay writing. So this is a very important thing to do, to cite sources. Okay, let's go to the next word, which is to publish something. To publish means to make writing or photos or other media available for people to access. So to publish, this is not just for like major magazines or major news websites. We also use publish on blogs. Like when we finish writing an essay on a blog, we might push the button that says publish. So that means make it accessible for other people to read. Make it so other people can check that thing. So to publish is a very general word. We can use this on social media as well, like to publish a photo maybe on Instagram. So we don't generally use that word, but that's what it means. It means to make something accessible on media somewhere. For example, we're going to publish your article next week. We're going to publish your article next week means we are going to make your article available for other people to access next week. This can be in print, which I'll talk about in a moment, or it can be online as well. Okay, On to the next one. The next one is to research, to research. So research is a very important part of journalism and any kind of news or reporting, any kind of college study as well. So to research means to look for detailed information about a topic, to research. So please keep in mind we don't use research for quick everyday checks. Like we don't really say like, please research in the dictionary the definition of this word. We don't use it for that. We use it for detailed information. We're looking for lots and lots of detailed information about something, about a specific topic. We don't use the word research to talk about quick checks of information. In those cases, we say look up. So to look something up. So to research sounds like a big project. For example, she researched the effects of smartphone use on kids. She researched the effect of smartphone use on kids. So that means she gathered lots and lots of detailed information about this topic, smartphone use on kids. Okay, on to the next one. The next one is finding or findings. So you might see this in news reports and in other research-related papers. So finding or findings, as we sometimes use it, means results of research. So what did you find after your research? We sometimes call that the research finding for one thing, or the research findings for other things, for more than one thing rather. So this means the result or the results of the research. What did you learn? What did you find? We can sometimes call those the findings of the research. For example, the research findings show that regular exercise is important. The research findings. So this means the research results. That's all it means. The research results show. So this show connects here. That means from this information we got, this information shows. So in this case, we're using the plural findings, so we don't need to change show to shows. The research findings show that regular exercise is important, or we learned from our research that regular exercise is important. So this is another way to describe research outcomes or research results, but we use finding or findings to do that. Okay, I mentioned this expression a little bit earlier. There are two here. To go to press or to go to print. These two expressions mean to publish something on a recognized media platform. So to go to press or to go to print. So these come from kind of traditional media expressions, like physically printing a newspaper or printing a magazine. So to go to press, the press means the media as well. So we use these two expressions for like big media platforms. We do not use these expressions for like a blog or for social media. It's usually for a big like article about something that's published in like a major news source. So we don't use this for like small individual projects really. But again, this has the same meaning of publish. It means to share something, to make it accessible for other people to read. So to go to print or to go to press. For example, the piece went to print with an error. So that means the piece, my story, the thing that I wrote or the thing that someone wrote, went to print. That means it was shared on a large media platform with an error. That means inside the writing there was a mistake. So the piece of writing, or the thing that I wrote, the thing a person wrote, was shared to a lot of people on a recognized media platform, but there was a mistake inside the writing. So that's what this means. This is, of course, a much shorter way to say that. The piece went to print with an error. We could change this, the piece went to press with an error as well. So this went comes from go. Go becomes went here. All right, let's talk about these next two. These next two vocabulary words are about people, roles in journalism and in article and in story production. So the first one is editor. An editor is someone who decides what stories to include in a publication and therefore what stories not to include in a publication. And the editor decides how to talk about those stories. So that means that every major publication, like every major magazine, every major newspaper, has an editor. The editor is making decisions about how to share stories. So this is a key role because it determines the feel and it determines kind of the opinions that are generally presented by that publication. For example, the editor decided not to include my travel article. So that means like the head of the publication, the editor, decided, I don't want to include this article this month. Maybe I'll do it next month. So the editor makes decisions about which stories or which pieces to include or not include. Then, this word, copy editor. A copy editor is different from an editor, though sometimes, depending on the situation, they may share some roles. So a copy editor is someone who checks writing to make sure the information is correct, one, and they also check grammar, punctuation, spelling, etc. So a copy editor is there to check the writer, to make sure the writer is sharing the correct information, so all the facts are there, and they're there to check grammar, to check the spelling, to check that your ideas are clearly communicated. So the copy editor is like the first person who reads an article. They're checking to see, is this clear? Is everything clearly and correctly communicated? So a copy editor is very important in the process. Related is something called a proofreader too. So a proofreader is like the step before a copy editor. A proofreader is someone who generally checks like capitalization, so large letters or small letters, punctuation, and so on. They're looking for those kinds of things. And then a copy editor is kind of the next level. They're looking for fact checks, or rather they're doing fact checks, or they're looking to see if the writing can be improved somehow to be more clear, and so on. So copy editors and editors are very important to the process. Okay, in an example, the copy editor caught lots of mistakes in my story. So to catch a mistake means to find a mistake. So it sounds like, in this case, the writer is happy because the copy editor found lots of issues, and otherwise the piece might have gone to print with an error. Okay, finally then, to commission a piece. So to commission something means to ask someone to do something, to create something in exchange for money. So to commission a piece means to ask someone to write about a topic, a specific topic, for money. For example, I was commissioned to write a piece about the environment. I was commissioned to write a piece about the environment. That means someone asked me to write a story, to write an article about the environment, and they promised I would be paid. So to commission a piece in the journalism world means to receive money in exchange for writing about a topic. So these are some good vocabulary words to know as you read the news, as you read newspapers, magazines, and so on. Of course, there are many more, so if you know some other words, please feel free to leave them in the comment section for other people to check out. Also, if you want to practice making sentences, or if you have any questions or other comments, please feel free to share those in the comment section as well. If you like this lesson, please don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about expressions to use in friendships and in romantic relationships. We're going to practice a few key expressions for asking about plans, like making plans, and then talking about things after you've done the plan. So let's get started. Okay, the first couple of expressions are related to asking about someone else's schedule. They are you doing anything on day? For example, are you doing anything on Sunday? Are you doing anything on Monday? Are you doing anything on day? And are you free day and time? For example, are you free Sunday at 3 p.m. or are you free Saturday evening? So you'll notice I used a couple of different patterns there, like Sunday at 3 p.m. If you're using a time, yes, you do need to include a preposition here, at, Sunday at 3 p.m. If you're using like morning, afternoon, evening, no preposition. Are you free Friday evening? Are you free Saturday morning? In that case, no preposition is necessary here. You can mix and match these, of course, too. Are you doing anything on Saturday night is great too. Or are you free Sunday? Also okay. So you can kind of change these around, but these two expressions are like questions for someone else's schedule. You can be more specific with something like this. Do you want to get lunch or dinner tomorrow? Do you want to get lunch or dinner this weekend? Do you want to get dinner sometime this week? So these are just a couple of ideas, and of course you can change lunch and dinner to coffee or a drink as well. But do you want to get sounds casual and friendly. If you say, would you like to eat lunch? It's also okay, but it will sound more formal. So for friendships and for more romantic relationships, it's a little more common to use a pattern like this. At native speed, this sounds like, do you want to get dinner tomorrow? Or do you want to get dinner this weekend? So this sounds a little bit more natural. The next one, what are you up to? What are you up to? You can use this with your friends and with someone that you're already a little close to. At native speed, this sounds like, what are you up to? What are you up to? So we can use this in two different ways. What are you up to for a holiday? Or what are you up to on a day? For example, what are you up to for summer vacation? Or what are you up to for the long weekend? So there's some kind of special day here that everybody knows about. What are you up to for Thanksgiving? Or what are you up to for Halloween? There's some kind of special event that's happening, and you want to know the other person's plans. So what are you up to means what are your plans for that holiday? You can also use the on pattern. What are you up to on Saturday? What are you up to on Sunday? What are you up to on Monday evening? So in this case, we use on plus a day. We use for with a holiday. We cannot mix and match these. We cannot say, what are you up to for Sunday? That's not something we generally say. We also don't say, what are you up to on Christmas? Like maybe you would hear that in British English, I suppose, but it's not a pattern that's so common in American English. So what are you up to is a question about someone's plans. So after you ask about someone's plans and maybe you get lunch or you get dinner, you get a coffee, you get a drink, whatever, to talk about the next time to get together or to express your feelings about your experience positively, you can say, I had a great time with you. I had a great time with you. This is something that we tend to use more in romantic situations. Like you had a date with someone, you can say, I had a great time with you. To make it a little more casual, you can say, I had a great time hanging out with you. Or another word choice you can make is, I had a blast. I had a blast. I had a blast with you, or I had a blast hanging out with you. This sounds very casual and very positive. So there are many ways that we can change the level of formality here and closeness with our vocabulary choice. You can use this expression if you want to see the other person again. You can use this with your friends and in romantic situations. Let's get together again soon. Let's get together again soon. And native speed, let's get together again soon. So we want to express that we want to meet the other person in the near future. Let's get together again soon. You can follow up with, let me know when you're free. Let me know when you're free. That means please tell me when you have time in your schedule. So let's get together again soon. Let me know when you're free. So you'll notice these two words connect closely. Let me becomes lemme. Let me know when you're free. Or let me know when you have some free time. Let me know when you want to go for a drink. So there are a few different ways we can change the end, but this let me know will remain the same. So please tell me about your schedule, in other words. That's the key point we want to communicate here. Finally, this is a really good one to use if you have a heavy talk with your good friend or family member or, I suppose, romantic partner. Thanks for the good chat, or thanks for a great chat. So if you had a really, really good discussion with someone, this is a great expression to use to finish that. So, for example, I had a great time hanging out with you today. Like, thanks for the good chat. Like, you can use that to express specifically what you liked about spending time with that other person. So these are a few expressions that you can use to ask about plans and to follow up after your plans with someone. So I hope that this is helpful for you in your friendships and in other relationships as well. Of course, there are many other expressions that you can use in these kinds of situations. So if you know some others, please feel free to leave them in the comment section. Also, if you want to practice making some sentences or questions with this information, please feel free to do so in the comment section. As well, leave any comments or questions you have about these topics. Okay, if you liked the lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about phrasal verbs and some expressions that use the verb move. Let's get started. Let's start on this side of the board with this group. The first phrasal verb I want to talk about is move in. Move in. To move in means to go to a new residence. So we use move in to talk about the new place you are going to live. You might also hear this phrasal verb used for a new office, and this is used in cases where you don't change jobs, but the location of your office changes. For example, I moved in to my new apartment last week. Or, when are you moving in? So you'll notice when you use this phrasal verb, we follow move in with to, and then the new location. The new location goes here. I'll talk about the opposite in just a moment. You could use to my new office here as well. So we moved into our new office last week is another way you might hear this used for workplace changes. So to move in means to go to a new residence or a new workplace. The opposite of move in is move out, to move out. To move out means to leave a residence and go to a new one. So this is like commonly used with move in, but we use move out when we're talking about the old place we lived. For example, I have to move out of my place next month. So this of my place, this place means the place where I live. This is a casual expression that means the place where I live. I have to move out of my place now next month. So notice here when we use move out, the old location, the old residence is the focus. When you use move in, you'll use the preposition to move in to and your new location. With move out, it's move out of and the old location. So please keep in mind these small preposition points. Move in to, move out of. Another example, I think the neighbors moved out. I think the neighbors moved out. So in this case, you don't need to include any other information. We understand from context, the neighbors in this case left their residence. So some neighbors, some person or people near our place moved out of that residence. So you could say, I think the neighbors moved out of their apartment, but because we're using this phrasal verb, we already understand it means they left their residence. So this is move in and move out. Okay, let's continue to move on to something and move off something. So move on to something and move off something can both be used to mean to change topics. So I could have said now, after my explanation of move out, I could have said, okay, let's move on to the next item. So move on has a couple of different meanings, as I'll talk about in just a moment. But this one is to change topics, to change topics. So we use move on to something when we want to talk about going to a new topic We use move off, again, when we want to talk about the old topic, So some examples. Let's move on to the next topic on today's agenda. Let's move on to the next topic on today's agenda. So that means I want to go to the next thing. So I don't want to focus on the last thing, I want to focus on the next thing. Let's move on to the next topic. Let's move on to is the preposition we use, followed by the noun phrase. The next topic on today's agenda. Another example, I want to move off of this topic for a minute. I want to move off of this topic for a minute. That means this topic, the current topic of discussion, is something the speaker wants to stop talking about. The speaker wants to go to a different topic. So they say, I want to move off, and the preposition is of. I want to move off of. So again, as with move out, when we're talking about leaving something behind, we use of. So move off of this topic to go to another one. So you will probably hear these uses in discussions, perhaps in presentations and meetings. So it's less about like two-way conversations, but often when many people are discussing a topic, we'll use move on and move off. So presentations, conferences, discussions, and so on. Okay, so with that in mind, let's move on to this next one, also move on. So I've kind of hinted at it here. We use move on to mean to continue to the next thing in a series. So this is slightly different from this one. It means like to change topics generally, like to move on to another topic means to change topics. We can also use move on to mean to continue to the next item. So in this case, I have many different phrasal verbs. I want to move on to the next one, which means I want to continue to the next item. So for example, please move on to the next slide. Please move on to the next slide. So a slide means one image or one part of a presentation. So like a PowerPoint slide, for example, is one piece of information in a presentation. The second one here, though, is quite different from the one I introduced here. To move on is also used to mean to overcome an emotional challenge. We usually use this word when we have a breakup, so a romantic relationship ends, so a marriage ends, or you stop dating someone. So it's often related to romance or very close relationships like that. You might also hear it used when someone passes away, someone dies. So there's some kind of emotional challenge someone needs to deal with. The process of overcoming that and continuing on, like continuing forward to the next step in life, we use the word move on to describe that. For example, it's hard to move on after a breakup. It's hard to move on after a breakup. So that means it's hard to overcome emotional challenges after a breakup. But move on is much easier to say. So we have this use of move on as well. All right, let's continue to the next one. The next one is move over, move over. In most cases, you will probably hear move over used as a command. It means to shift to a side, so to move over, move over. It usually refers to a side shift, so to one side or to another side. For example, move over. I have no place to sit. So that means please shift yourself, please shift your body to a side. I want to sit. I need a place to sit. So this is used as a command. Move over, move over. Another one, can you ask her to move over? So that means can you ask her to shift to the side? We usually use move over when we want someone to make space for us. We need a place to sit or maybe to put something down. So we use it as a command to ask someone to move. Okay, next is move in on, move in on. Move in on means to approach something usually to attack that thing or that person or to control that person. So it has kind of a negative nuance and it's often used in dangerous situations or maybe in risky situations. For example, the police moved in on the suspect. The police moved in on the suspect. So in this situation, there's likely one suspect and many police officers. So the image here is that the police, as a group, slowly perhaps approached the suspect to attack or to try to control the suspect. So that means it's kind of like a risky situation. So there's usually some kind of like cautious behavior we need to think about. So to move in on someone, to move in on something is also possible. We tend to use it in news reports, or military reports more often though. Another example, we're planning to move in on the enemy tomorrow. We're planning to move in on the enemy tomorrow. So this might be like a military expression. So again, there's an enemy, or it could be a group of people who are the enemies in this case. And again, it has the feeling of surrounding or approaching carefully before attacking or before trying to control something. So this is to move in on someone or to move in on something. Okay, on to the next one. The next one is make a move, to make a move. To make a move means to take action often or typically in a romantic situation. You're going to make a move. You might sometimes hear this used in career situations when something is a little bit risky. You decide to take action. You might say, I'm going to make a move and apply for this promotion or something like that. But in most cases, we use it for dating situations and other romantic situations. For example, did you make a move on your date last night? Did you make a move on your date last night? That means, did you take action? So this phrase is quite vague. It's not clear, like, what action was taken. We don't specifically know. So this could be different from person to person. It usually refers, though, to showing someone your true feelings. Like you try to get closer to someone in some way. So to make a move usually means like to be the first person to try to make a relationship very close. So to make a move is kind of a special thing. It's kind of an exciting, risky thing too. Another example, the person I'm seeing made a move last night. So this is past tense. The person I'm seeing made a move last night. So that refers to the person on a date with the speaker trying to take action. That person wanted to become closer to the speaker, so they did something, maybe tried to hold hands or kiss or hug or something else. So it refers to some sort of vague action. We don't know exactly what, but the person the speaker is seeing wanted to get closer to the speaker. So we can use make a move to describe this and other situations too, where you try to make a move to like a higher position in your company or perhaps just some other kind of closer or higher level relationship. You want to try to take action to do that. You can use make a move to describe it. Okay, the next one is move to or move toward, move toward. So this means to go in the direction of something or like to go to a specific place from another place. So some examples. Let's move toward that building. Let's move toward that building. So if you're in a group of people, you're trying to go someplace, you can say, let's move toward that building. So it doesn't mean we're going to go to the building. It means the direction I want to go in is near there. So let's go in that direction. You might not go to the building, but let's go toward that building. Let's go toward that building. Here, he's going to move to the restaurant. So let's meet him there. If you use move to, it has the feeling of going from one location to another location. So for example, maybe there's a man we're going to meet. Now he's at a cafe, but he's going to move to the restaurant. So let's meet him at the restaurant. He's here now, he's going to move to the restaurant, so let's go there. It sounds like someone is changing locations. So move to has this feeling. If you say he's going to go to the restaurant, it doesn't have that feeling of someone changing locations. So sometimes you might want to kind of explain that. You explain that someone perhaps is moving or is changing locations, maybe just for the purpose of meeting you. So sometimes it's nice to express that clearly. You can do that with move to. So keep in mind also, move to means going to actually at the specific location. Move toward simply means moving in the direction of something. It doesn't necessarily mean that thing is the destination. It just means that's the direction you want to go in. Okay, next is get a move on. To get a move on is a set expression. We usually use it in this present tense. We don't really use it in past tense. We don't really say gotta move on. We sometimes use it in future tense though. This means to begin going somewhere. So you typically use this just before you leave a location. For example, it's late. We should get a move on. It's late. We should get a move on. At someone's home for a party, it's late. We should get a move on. We should begin to leave. We should begin to go somewhere else. Another example, hurry up. I gotta get a move on. So I gotta means I have got to, I have a responsibility to. Hurry up, I gotta get a move on. That means hurry up, I need to begin to leave, so I have to go somewhere else. So get a move on is a set expression, which means to begin leaving or to start leaving. Okay, next is to be on the move. To be on the move means to be in the process of moving. You can use this to describe animals, to describe people, to describe pretty much anything that moves on its own. So, for example, look, the elephants are on the move. So it sounds like they're in the process of moving somewhere. Maybe we don't know where, but right now this group of creatures is in the process of moving. They're on the move. Another example, according to police, the suspect is on the move. So that means the suspect is currently now moving. So we don't know where, but we just know that there is movement. So this expression shows someone or something is in the process of moving, but maybe we don't know the destination, we don't know the exact place, we just know they are moving. We use on the move to describe that. So they are on the move, or the suspect is on the move. Okay, the next two are kind of a pair. They are move up and move down. So to move up means to shift something up in this motion. It can also mean to go to a higher position at work. So like to move up in your career or to move up as in your company. For example, please move up to the next place in line. So if you're waiting in line, to move up in line means to go to the next position, to move forward, to go forward in a line, to move up. In this example, I'm excited to move up in my company. So again, it's like going forward. It's going to the next step in something, to move up. So generally, this sounds like a very positive thing, to move up in a company. One more, move down then is the opposite. We don't really use it so much to talk about moving down in a company because it's not as common, I think, as moving up. We use this to mean to shift something down or to go down as well. For example, can you move the light down a little bit? Can you move the light down a little bit? Just means move it from a higher location to a lower location. So to move something physically down. Or she moved down the street in her car. So if you imagine a street, a person in a car going down the street just means like this motion. So we can use to move down the street as well if you want to. In this case, like she went down the street in her car is also totally fine. You just might hear some people use move in this case too. So these are some phrasal verbs and some expressions that feature the verb move. Of course, there are some other expressions. If you know about them, please feel free to leave them in the comments of this video. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some example sentences with these expressions, please feel free to do so in the comment section as well. If you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about 3 ways to use the word enough. Let's get started. Okay, first, let's take a look at this use of enough. We can use enough to express an adequate amount or number of something. So adequate means an appropriate amount or an appropriate number of something. With this use of enough, we use a noun with the expression enough or not enough. So let's talk about how we make this, and then we'll look at some example sentences and some example questions that feature this use. So first, to make this use of enough, we follow this basic pattern. We have enough plus a plural noun. So this plural noun part is important. Here's your hint for this section right here. If the noun you want to talk about is a countable noun, use the plural form. So that means the noun form with the S at the end. For example, markers or teachers and so on, the S ending. If the noun is an uncountable noun, you don't need to make any kind of change. For example, money or time. There's no S at the end of that. So keep in mind, we need to use the plural noun form. When I use an uncountable noun, though, there's no change to it. So that acts as the plural form also. To make it negative, we add not in front of enough. So not enough noun or just enough noun. So let's take a look at some examples that use countable and uncountable nouns and see how we can express this. So here's a sample situation. Let's say 10 people are coming to a party. We are planning the party, or maybe we are the host of the party. So in this situation, there are 10 people we need to plan for. Here are the items we have for the party. We need to make some statements using enough with this information. So first, we have 10 cups. 10 cups. How can we use enough with this information? We could say, we have enough cups. We have enough cups. Cups is a countable noun. It's in the plural form here. Using enough here means there's an adequate amount or an appropriate amount. We have 10 cups for 10 people. It's correct, in other words. Okay, let's look at the next one. One cake. One cake. We could say, there's enough cake. There's enough cake. So there is enough cake. So again, enough before our noun expresses an adequate amount of that. Next, we have 8 chairs. 8 chairs for 10 people. So we can express this issue with there are not enough chairs. There are not enough chairs, the negative, not enough chairs in the plural here. If you want to express this to the person you're planning the party with, you might say, we don't have enough chairs. We don't have enough chairs. So this we don't have or I don't have enough is a very common expression when planning something. Finally, 1 bottle of wine. 1 bottle of wine. 1 bottle for 10 people. So there's not enough wine. There's not enough wine. So wine is an uncountable noun. We don't say wines. You could, I suppose, say bottles of wine. There are not enough bottles of wine. But if your noun is just wine or another uncountable drink, you can use this pattern. So we use not enough to express that the amount is not adequate or not appropriate. Okay, great. So with this, let's next look at some questions. How can we make questions to refer to the amount or the number of something? First, are there enough countable noun in plural form? Are there enough somethings, in other words? For example, are there enough cups? Are there enough cups? This is a yes or no question. So in this example, 10 cups for 10 people? Yes, there are enough cups. Or if there are only 5 cups, you could say no, there are not enough cups. So we use this pattern for a countable noun in the plural form. The next pattern is also a yes or no question. Is there enough uncountable noun? Is there enough uncountable noun? So, is there enough juice? Or we saw earlier, wine. Is there enough wine? Again, we have a simple yes or no answer. Yes, there is enough wine, or no, there isn't enough wine, or no, there isn't enough juice. So keep in mind, depending on the noun, uncountable noun or countable noun, we do need to change the beginning of the sentence, are or is. Okay, finally, the last question pattern I want to look at is Do we have enough noun? Do we have enough noun? This is a very basic pattern you can use when you're planning something. This is a great and very useful question. For example, do we have enough food? Or do we have enough drinks? So in these situations, you don't have to worry about countable or uncountable nouns. Do we have enough noun? This is a really easy one to remember if you're not sure if it's a countable or an uncountable noun. You can just ask, do we have enough of that thing? And that'll work just fine. Okay, so we've talked about this way to use enough, to express an appropriate amount or an appropriate number of something. Let's move to use number 2, which is very different. So, when we use it in this way, we express adequate quality of something. So in this example situation, or in this section of the lesson, we're going to look at using adjectives and adverbs with enough. In part 1, we looked at using nouns with enough. So let's compare what's happening here. So in this situation, in this case, we use adjective or adverb before enough, okay? In the first one, we saw enough before the plural noun. So notice the position changes here. To make it negative, we just put not before the word. So not adjective enough, or not adverb enough. So let's look at some example sentences and break them down so we can understand what they mean. First, my grades were good enough to get a big scholarship. My grades were good enough to get a big scholarship. Here we have good, an adjective, before enough. So this sentence means my grades were of a quality adequate to get a big scholarship. Or in other words, I had such good grades, I was able to get a good scholarship or get a big scholarship. So this good enough shows that it was the appropriate level, or in my case, my grades were of a good quality. So I got the scholarship. Let's look at the next example. This blanket isn't big enough. This blanket isn't big enough. Here we have a negative, is not big enough. This means, in other words, the blanket is too small. That's like the opposite sentence here. Here we have big, adjective, before enough. In this case, not big enough. So we're saying the size of the blanket is not adequate. The size of the blanket is not adequate. But that's a very unnatural way to say this. Instead, we say, this blanket isn't big enough. It's too small. Okay, the next one. That boat is large enough to live on. That boat is large enough to live on. So again, we have our adjective first, and then enough. So this expresses the boat, the quality in this case is the size. It's large enough to live on. So again, these are all sentences that relate to the quality of something, the quality of someone's grades, the size quality of something in this case, or both of these cases really. And the next one is about music. The music isn't loud enough. The music isn't loud enough. So at a party maybe, you can't hear the music. You can say the music is not loud enough. So in other words, the volume is not adequate. I can't hear it, maybe. The music isn't loud enough. Finally, let's look at an adverb example. Sometimes we use this with adverbs too. Here's a good one. That car isn't driving quickly enough. That car isn't driving quickly enough. So here we have quickly, our adverb, in front of enough. So again, we're talking about the quality of the driving in this case. In this case, it's the speed, right? So the car is maybe not moving quickly, right? Or the car is not moving at the same pace as the other cars. So we can express that with that car isn't driving quickly enough. Okay, let's look at some questions now that use this grammar pattern. First, is that restaurant nice enough for a date? Is that restaurant nice enough for a date? Notice this also, like we saw before, is a yes or no question. Is that restaurant nice enough? Nice enough for a date? That means, is the level of niceness appropriate for a date? So, is this restaurant good enough is another way to say that. Is that restaurant good enough for a date? Is it okay for a date? So you can use nice enough to show you're thinking about the quality of the restaurant. Next one. Is it cold enough to need a coat? Is it cold enough to need a coat? This is a question about the weather. Cold enough, where it here means the weather. Is the weather cold enough to need a coat? So is the level of the cold high enough to need a coat? So again, a yes or no question, like, yes, you should bring a coat, or no, it's warm outside. So you can answer this with very simple responses. Finally, do you think this dress is pretty enough to wear to a wedding? Do you think this dress is pretty enough to wear to a wedding? So this question is asking about the level of prettiness of the dress. So is this dress pretty enough to wear to a wedding? You can say, no, choose something more formal, or yes, it looks great. So again, all of these are about the quality, kind of the level of quality or the level of the adjective or the adverb before enough. So this is how we use enough with this grammar pattern. As I said before, remember, the position of enough is different from the first part we talked about. The position of enough is after the adjective or the adverb here, and it's before the noun in the first section. Okay, let's take a look at the last part for this lesson. The last use of enough is to express an adequate degree of an action in this case. So you can see maybe that we are looking at different parts of speech with each of these categories. First was nouns, second was adverbs and adjectives. So maybe you can guess this part will feature verbs. So when we use enough in this pattern, we use verb plus enough. Verb plus enough. And in these patterns, the verb can take many different verb forms. We don't always have to use present tense or past participle or the progressive or whatever. We can use a lot of different verb forms together with enough. So we'll see some examples of this. Of course, to make it negative, we put not before the verb. So let's take a look at these example sentences and break down what's happening here. First one, make sure to drink enough water every day. Make sure to drink enough water every day. Here we have drink, just the basic infinitive form of the verb. Next we have enough. Make sure to drink enough water every day. This means make sure to drink an adequate amount of water every day, or an appropriate amount of water every day. Maybe 8 glasses a day, I think it is. So make sure to drink enough water every day. The next one, here we have a negative. I didn't sleep enough last night. I didn't sleep enough last night. A very common expression, maybe. So we have the negative form of the verb here. I did not sleep enough last night. This means my sleep was not at an adequate level. Okay? Next one. We've worked enough today. Let's go home. We've worked enough today. Let's go home. Here you can see we have a perfect tense pattern, right? We have worked enough today. This is a past participle verb. But again, we have this enough after it. We've worked enough today. That means the level or the amount of our work that we did today is adequate. Let's go home. Let's be finished for the day. So we can use this verb form as well. One more. He eats enough for 2 people. He eats enough for 2 people. In this sentence, we're talking about someone's regular habit or regular activity. So someone who eats a lot of food, we could express that with he eats enough for 2 people. This means he eats so much food that the amount of food he eats could feed 2 people. That's what this means. Okay? So, as you can see, we can use lots of different verb forms with enough. And again, this use talks about the degree of the action. So, in this case, drinking an adequate amount, or sleeping an adequate amount, working or eating, and so on. We're talking about the degree of an action. Okay? I want to make one more point before we get to the last part of the lesson. I want to mention there's this one other expression that we commonly use with enough, and there are other expressions with enough, but this one is very common, so I want to include it in this lesson. It is this expression, fair enough. Fair enough. So this is maybe kind of similar to part 2 that we talked about before, but we don't quite use it in the same way. We use fair enough in conversations to mean, all right, that's reasonable. All right, that's reasonable. When we're having a discussion and sharing opinions usually, and the other side makes a good point, you might hear someone say, oh, fair enough, which sounds like that's reasonable, or that makes sense, okay. So you might hear fair enough used in a lot of different situations. So I wanted to include that here. Okay, let's go to the last part then. So we have our verbs, let's take a look at how we make some questions with this grammar. So, first, have you had enough to drink? Have you had enough to drink? So, have you had enough to drink means have you had an adequate amount to drink? So, in other words, are you thirsty? This is another way to ask, are you thirsty? But it's less direct. Have you had enough? It sounds like, do you want some more? This is another way of asking this kind of question. Or have you had enough to eat is another very common one, especially from the host of a dinner party to their guests. Have you had enough to eat? Can I bring you something else? Are you okay? These are all expressions that we use to check in with other people. Let's look at one more. Are you exercising enough these days? Are you exercising enough these days? Here we have a progressive verb, yeah? Are you exercising enough? So that means right now, like in part of your maybe daily schedule or part of your regular exercise habits, is this going on for you? So we use this progressive form to do that. Are you exercising enough? So an appropriate or an adequate amount these days. And you can see here, are. It starts with are. That's our big hint that it's a yes or no question. Are you exercising enough these days? Yes, I'm exercising enough. Or no, I'm not. I'm lazy. So we can use different verb forms in our questions as well. Again, the key with this use of enough is that we're talking about the degree of an action. So, I hope that this lesson helped you understand the different uses of enough with different parts of speech. As you can see, we have to think about the placement of the word, of course, and we also need to think about these grammatical issues too, like countable and uncountable nouns. But with practice and with time, this will become easier. Also, keep in mind, all of these uses of enough refer to an adequate or an appropriate amount of something. So in this one, with the nouns, an appropriate amount or number of something. In this one, an appropriate quality of something. And here, an appropriate degree of an action. So this might be a good keyword to keep in your mind when you think about enough, thinking about the level of something. How appropriate or not is that? Okay, that is everything for this lesson. I hope that it was helpful for you in understanding how to use this word. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some example sentences with this information, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. Also, check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about how to use capital letters in English. This lesson is going to cover the very basic ways that we use capital letters in English. There are many, many different rules to think about, but these are the most important, so let's take a look. Okay, first, I want to take a look at this part of the board. This part of the board includes what are called proper nouns. A proper noun is different from a regular noun, so not a proper noun, because a proper noun refers to the specific name of a person, the name of a place, or the name of a thing. So when we use a proper noun in our writing, we always need to capitalize the words in the proper nouns. So let's start with some very simple and easy examples. When we write the names of people, their first name, their middle name, their last name, we always capitalize the first letter in the name, in the first part of the name, and the first part of the second name and third name and fourth name if they have many names. We always capitalize the first letter. For example, Barack Obama. We capitalize the B in Barack and the O in Obama. We can do the same thing for an artist name. So in this case, I have the performer Lady Gaga. So her performance name is Lady. We put the L as a capital letter, and the G in Gaga is also a capital letter. So even if it's not the person's real name, we still use the same rule for a performer's name. Here's one more. Popular actor Tom Cruise. We use capital T for Tom and capital C in Cruise. So you can do the same thing with your name. When you write your name, make sure you always use a capital letter for the first letter of your name. So first name, middle name, last name, and of course, if you have many names, make sure to use a capital letter for each of those as well. Okay, let's move on to the next group. So we also use this rule for the names of places. And when I say places, I mean a lot of different types of place. For example, cities, countries, streets, neighborhoods, and so on. So if there's a specific name for the place where you live or the place where you're going, we use that with a capital letter. However, it's important to note when I say places, I don't mean type of building. So for example, supermarket or bank, these don't get capital letters. Those are just general place types. When we talk about the name of a place, we use this rule. So let's look at some examples. First, San Francisco. San Francisco. This is a city name. So the S in San and the F in Francisco get capitalized. San Francisco. The next one, Amsterdam, is a city name as well. We put a capital A in Amsterdam. Next, one more city name. This is Rio de Janeiro. Rio de Janeiro. You'll notice here, perhaps, the R is capital and the J is a capital. This little d, though, is not. So this is one, and we'll see this later, this is one kind of exception to this capitalization rule, and we'll see this in some other examples later. These very small connecting words, like prepositions, for example, and conjunctions, we generally do not capitalize these words even when they're part of a proper noun. We'll see more examples of this later. But this is one example in a city name. We typically don't capitalize that little d. We capitalize the R and the J. So these connecting words typically don't become big letters. Okay, next one is another country, Thailand. Thailand, the T here is capitalized. And here's one example of a street. I have First Street. So when you write the name of a street, we typically use, in this case it's just a number, but we use a capital letter here, and we use a capital letter before the street name. You might also see this with avenue, for example, like First Avenue. You might see first also written as F-I-R-S-T. In that case, you would use a capital F in first. So we follow this capitalization rule for names of places, big places and small places. Okay, let's move on to the next group. The next group is names of organizations. Names of organizations. What is an organization here? Organizations, for example, this means companies, schools, government offices, and so on. So when you talk about a brand, for example, if you want to talk about your favorite clothing brand, your favorite accessories brand, and so on, we use the company category for that. It follows this kind of capitalization rule. So let's look at some examples of this. First one, the University of Washington. The University of Washington. Here we have the first letter capitalized, the U in university. This little of is not capitalized. Like we saw in Rio de Janeiro, these little connection words, we typically do not make them capital. We don't make the first letter capital. And finally, Washington, the W here. So the key words are capitalized. Okay, here our next example is Microsoft. Microsoft, this is a company name. When we write Microsoft in text, we always write it with a capital letter. So, Microsoft. Other companies get the same treatment. When we write the name of the company, like Google or Apple and so on, we use a capital letter here. Okay, next, Metropolitan Museum of Art. Metropolitan Museum of Art. So this is an organization. Perhaps it's also the name of a place too. Maybe there's an organization with the same name. But we have capital letters, Metropolitan Museum and Art. And again, we have this little of. We don't need to capitalize the O here. So again, we're capitalizing the key words in the name. Finally, we have National Public Radio. National Public Radio. This is the name of an organization. All the letters, the first letters, are capital, NPR. You might also hear this called. So we follow this capitalization rule for organization names. Schools means elementary schools, it means universities, high schools, colleges, technical schools, and many different government offices. It can mean artistic organizations and so on. If you're not sure, if you find something online you want to write about and you're not sure, just try to Google that thing. Look for the homepage, and usually on the homepage you can find the way they write their organization name. So if you're not sure, that's a really good way to check. Okay, let's move on to our next one. The next category is titles of artistic works. Titles of artistic works. Again, the important words here. This one is maybe the most important one to consider in terms of not capitalizing the small words. But first, what does an artistic work mean? An artistic work means movies, music, books, other types of literature, something artistic, something creative that someone has created, a sculpture, a painting, and so on, art pieces. So the names, the titles of artistic works are also capitalized. For example, War and Peace. War and Peace. This is a very famous book. So war, W is capitalized. Peace is also capitalized. Again, notice this and, this connecting word is not capitalized. So again, the important words, as we've seen a few times so far. We capitalize these big key words in the title. Next one, The Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings. So this is a very popular book series and a very popular movie series, and there's also merchandise. So we have T, L, and R capitalized here. Again, the key words. These two, of and the, are not capitalized. Again, these kind of just give us some connection here. You might think, well, why is this T capitalized, but this T isn't capitalized? We always capitalize the first letter. That's a good guideline to have. We're always going to capitalize the first letter in something. But generally, when we have these other ones, these other the, or maybe us in our titles of artistic works, we do not capitalize them. Okay, next one. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. This is a very famous story for kids. Again, we have our capital letters for the key words. Our little preposition does not need a capital letter. Just the A in Alice, the A in Adventures, and the W in Wonderland. So again, if you're not sure how you should capitalize your artistic work, a Google search is usually a really good way to see the correct way to capitalize it. Okay, let's move on to the other side of the board now. The other side has some general tips for other things aside from proper nouns and the names of works, the names of organizations. So, other things you should always make sure to capitalize are days, months, and holidays. So, for example, Tuesday, that's a day of the week. We always capitalize days of the week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Always make sure to capitalize those words. Our months, in this case, I have September as the example. Always capitalize the months of the year. April, May, June, all of those should be capitalized when you write them. Next, holidays. We have Labor Day and Halloween here as examples. Labor Day is two words, but we capitalize both of the first letters, L in labor and D in day. So if you have a holiday in your country as well that has more than one word in it, make sure you use a capital letter for the first letter of each word. Halloween, again, the H in Halloween is capitalized. So when you talk about these holidays, days of the week, and months, make sure you use those capital letters. Okay, lastly, the very last point, make sure to capitalize the first letter in a sentence. Always capitalize the first letter in your sentence. For example, I went to the store. The I is capitalized. He wrote a message. The H is capitalized. They left. Very short sentence, but the T still has to be capitalized to be correct. So make sure always, always, always you capitalize the first letter in a sentence. So you might think to yourself though, but I see on social media all the time, people don't use capital letters. Some people never use capital letters. What's that? On social media, the rules are a bit different. On social media, we're not so strict. We often forget, or we often make mistakes, or we often just don't care about writing exactly perfectly. Or for some people, it's just their style. But if you want to make absolutely sure to always write correctly, you should follow these basic rules for capitalization. So make sure you always start with a capital letter. You might also think to yourself, well, sometimes I go to websites and it seems like they have capital letters used for the important words. Like if I'm looking for something to buy, it seems that they capitalize the key words about the product. And yes, that's also something that some companies and some organizations choose to do. They want to try to make the product stand out, or they want to make keywords stand out more. But technically, this is incorrect to do. It's just, again, one person or one organization's style. And to write correctly, you should make sure not to do that. But this is the reason that you might see these kinds of things. So this is a very good, very general, and very basic guide to the fundamental, the most basic ways to capitalize in English. As I said at the beginning of this lesson, there are many, many, many other rules and many other things to consider, but these are probably the most important and the ones you will use every single day. So I hope this lesson helped you understand when and how to use capital letters in English. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some capitalized sentences in English, feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. Also, check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between the first conditional and the second conditional in English. Let's get started. I want to begin this lesson by looking at the first conditional. So the first conditional is an expression we use to talk about this style sentence pattern. There are a few ways that we can make a sentence that uses the first conditional. So we have part of the sentence that uses the word if, and then in the first conditional, the part of the sentence that's in the same group, that's in the same clause as the if, is in present tense. The verb is in present tense here. Then, after this if clause, or in some cases before, the verb that's used can be in future tense, so that means going to, not going to, will or won't. It can be present tense, so a present tense form of the verb. And we can also use a command in this part. So we use these patterns to describe possible conditions or actions. And when we use these patterns, we're talking about something that has a chance of happening. So there's maybe a possibility that the situation can happen. We can refer to the present with the first conditional, something now, or we can refer to the future, something that's going to happen or something that's not going to happen. So let's take a look at a lot of examples that use the first conditional. First, if I have time this weekend, I'll go shopping. If I have time this weekend, I'll go shopping. So the first part of the sentence is my if clause. So the if clause means the part of the sentence that uses if. In my if clause, my verb have is in present tense. If I have time this weekend, then the second part of the sentence, we call this the main clause. I'll go shopping. In the main clause here, I've used I'll. This is the reduced form of I will. So I will go shopping. I've used a future tense expression. So that means I'm describing a possible action in the future, in this case, because I've used future tense. If I have time this weekend, I'll go shopping. Let's look at another example. If he doesn't call me back, I'm going to cancel the restaurant reservation. If he doesn't call me back, I'm going to cancel the restaurant reservation. So here is my if clause. In this sentence, I'm using a negative present tense expression. Doesn't call. I've used doesn't here because my subject is he. If he doesn't call me back, so that means there's a chance the other person here will not call the speaker back. If he doesn't call me back, if he doesn't return my phone call, I'm going to cancel the restaurant reservation. So again, in the main clause here, we see a future tense expression. I'm going to cancel the restaurant reservation. That means if this action is true, or rather, if this does not happen, I'm going to do this. So this expresses a possible situation. This is a possible situation. The speaker wants to express their plan, if this is true. Let's continue to the next one. If you mix red and yellow, you can make orange. If you mix red and yellow, you can make orange. This sentence is sharing a fact, yes, but we're using this if pattern to express it. So here in the if clause, if you mix red and yellow, the verb, again, mix is in present tense. If you mix red and yellow. Here in the main clause, you can make orange. You can make orange. So this is a simple present tense portion. This portion is simple present tense. So we use simple present tense in a sentence like this to express a fact. A fact. You can make orange in this case. So we want to talk about something that is always true. We're using it to describe a possible condition or a possible situation here. So if you do this, you can make that. So you might see this in recipes or instructions or just kind of when you're teaching someone something. You might see an if clause followed by a main clause that uses present tense. Okay, on to the next one. If lots of people want to come to the party, we should reserve a big space. If lots of people want to come to the party, we should reserve a big space. Here, my if clause uses want. The main verb here is want, present tense again. If lots of people, if many people want to come to the party, we should reserve. We should reserve. So this is expressing a little bit of advice, yeah? So we should reserve a big space. So we're talking again about a future action if this is true. Final example for this one, if you don't study, you're not going to pass the test. If you don't study, you're not going to pass the test. So this uses negative and negative. So if you don't study, again, present tense, yes, just a negative present tense, you're not going to. So future tense, yes, but also negative. So if you do not study now, presumably, in the future, you are not going to pass the test. So this is how we use the first conditional to talk about our future plans, if a situation is true, or to express facts, like this. You might also hear it used for commands, like if he calls, tell me, something like that. So this is how we use the first conditional and how we make it. Let's compare this now to the second conditional. The second conditional looks like this. We have, again, an if clause, but inside the if clause is if plus past tense. So a past tense verb is used here. Then our main clause uses would or wouldn't plus the infinitive form of a verb. So we use the second conditional to describe unreal situations, and it's for situations that are unlikely to happen. There's a low possibility of that. So that means something that is not true now, and there's a very low chance of that situation or that condition happening. Very different from first conditional, where we're talking about possible conditions or possible situations. Also, second conditional refers to the present. We use second conditional to talk about unreal situations now. First conditional is used to refer to the present or to the future. We don't use second conditional to talk about the future. So let's take a look at some examples of this. First, if I had more time, I would play sports every week. If I had more time, I would play sports every week. So here, if I had more time, this had is the verb have in past tense. If I had more time, I would play sports every week. So this sentence suggests the speaker does not have very much free time. If they did, the speaker says, I would play sports. So this would shows us it's an unreal situation. It's like expressing a plan for the future that's not a real future. That's when we use would. So we have to include this. I hear many learners forget would, like if I had more time, I play sports every week, or I will play sports every week. We cannot use will or we cannot use going to here because this is unreal. This is not true. To match the unreal situation, we have to use would before our verb. I would play sports every week. Next example. If I weren't attending a meeting, I would get lunch with you. If I weren't attending a meeting, I would get lunch with you. Here, weren't. This is negative. If I were not. Another very common question about second conditional is using was here, but we use if I were you. So if I was something, something, something is used to talk about the past, actually. I'm not going to talk about that pattern today. If you're talking about the present, an unreal present situation, use if I were or if I were not. In this case, if I weren't attending a meeting, which means the speaker is attending a meeting, the speaker is attending a meeting, I would get lunch with you. So you can use this if you get an invitation from a colleague, like, hey, do you want to get lunch today? And you might respond with, if I weren't attending a meeting, I would get lunch with you. So if this situation were not true, in other words, my plan would be this. Again, we cannot use will, we cannot use going to. And yes, you can change get to eat. I would get lunch with you. So this would be my plan. Another example. If your mother were here, she would be so angry with you. So maybe you can use this to express disappointment in a young child, like the young child did something wrong. You could say, if your mother were here, she's not here. If your mother were here, she would be so angry with you. So again, the child's mother is not in the situation, but we want to express if the child's mother were in the situation, she would be so angry. So we want to talk about that condition. Her condition would be angry in this case. Another example. If you, oh, I'm sorry, I skipped one. It would be really helpful if you spoke Chinese. It would be really helpful if you spoke Chinese. So here you'll notice I've switched the if clause and the main clause. In this lesson, I'm focusing on using the if clause first, but it's okay to switch. You can put the main clause at the beginning if you want. It just depends on what you want to focus on in the sentence. So, it would be really helpful if you spoke Chinese. So maybe you're going to China or you're in China and someone comments, it would be really helpful if you spoke Chinese. That means the listener does not speak Chinese, but the speaker thinks, I wish you did. It would be really helpful if you spoke Chinese. So that means the other person does not. The speaker just wants to express this other condition, this other situation. Again, it is not true. Next one, last one. If you made more money, you wouldn't be living in an old, small apartment. If you made more money, you wouldn't be living in an old, small apartment. So here, the speaker is talking to someone else, probably who lives in an old, small apartment. If you made more money, so if you made more money means if you made more money than you do now, you would not be living. So that means the speaker is living now in a small, old apartment, in an old, small apartment. And in this case, we're saying, if this were true, which it is not, but if it were, you would not be in this place. You would be in some nicer place. So this is the negative form. You would not be living in this apartment. So we can use it to talk about unreal situations in the present. We don't use this to talk about the past or the future. This is a key difference with the first conditional. So this one is a little tricky, but we often use it just to imagine something that is different from the way things are at this point in time. So if we want to talk about like our dreams, maybe our hobbies, something we would like to do in the future, we can use second conditional to do that. We can also use it to express like regrets and to make kind of soft rejections in this way too. We can also use it to kind of give indirect advice as well. Like if you made more money, you wouldn't be living in this place. So this is a quick introduction to the differences between the first conditional and the second conditional. I hope that it was helpful for you. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some example sentences with this grammar, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the differences between the second conditional and the third conditional in English. Let's get started. First, I want to talk about the second conditional. First, let's talk about how we make the second conditional. The second conditional and the third conditional has two parts. There's an if part, or an if clause, and a main clause. So the if part of the sentence is the part of the sentence that uses if. So we can begin the sentence or the question with the if clause and finish with the main clause, or we can reverse it. So that means we can start with the main clause and end with the if clause. Either is fine, it's up to you. If you want to know like the difference in feeling, the first part of the sentence tends to have the focus. That's the thing that has the most importance in the sentence. So when we make the second conditional, the pattern we use is if plus subject plus past tense verb. Past tense verb, this is a key point. This makes the if clause. Then for the main clause, we use would or wouldn't plus a verb in the infinitive form. So the infinitive form of a verb is the dictionary form of the verb. There's no changes to that. So if something, would or wouldn't something. This is used to describe unreal situations. So this is specifically for unreal situations that are unlikely to happen. So I made a video about the differences between the first conditional and the second conditional. Maybe if you've seen that one, you know, when we use the first conditional, we're talking about something that is likely to happen. There's a chance of that thing happening. With the second conditional, however, we just want to imagine a situation. We want to talk about an unreal situation with a low possibility of happening. We're just imagining things. Also, the second conditional refers to the present. So that means we do not use this when we talk about the past. We don't use this when we talk about the future. We imagine unreal situations now with the second conditional. So let's look at some example sentences and example questions that use the second conditional. First, if you changed jobs, what job would you choose? If you changed jobs, what job would you choose? So here, changed is my past tense verb. If you changed jobs, so this is my if clause, then my main clause is a question. That's okay to do. I've got this here. This main clause can be a question as well. What job would you choose? So here I'm using choose. This is my verb, yes, although you comes after would because I'm making a question, yeah? So choose, infinitive form of the verb here after would. If you change jobs, what job would you choose? So for a lot of these examples, I've created questions because in the previous lesson, I made a lot of statement examples. So you can check the previous lesson for some more statement examples. But for this lesson, I've made a lot of questions to practice with the second conditional. Just a reminder then, when you respond to these questions, use the pattern subject, would or wouldn't in some cases, plus the infinitive verb form. So for example, I would choose job title. I would choose teacher. I would choose doctor. I would choose lawyer, and so on. So make sure you follow this pattern in your response using would or wouldn't. In most cases, you'll probably use would, not wouldn't, but in some cases, it's possible you may use wouldn't. Okay, let's look at a statement, or rather a conditional statement. If my roommate forgot to pay rent, I would be angry. If my roommate forgot to pay rent, I would be angry. So again, my if clause here, if subject, my roommate is the subject here. If my roommate forgot is the past tense form of the verb forget. If my roommate forgot to pay rent, so this part, this is the object of the verb forgot. So if my roommate forgot to pay rent, I have to have something here with this verb. This completes my if clause. Then I would be angry. I would be angry. So we follow this pattern here. I would be, infinitive verb. I would be angry. I would be angry. I end with an adjective in this case. Another example, another question. In this case, I've flipped or swapped or switched the order here. So the main clause comes first, the if clause comes second. In these cases, you'll notice there's no comma between the two. If you begin your sentence with the if clause, use a comma. Use a comma for the introductory clause. If you don't, no comma is necessary. So this one, what would you do if you lost your wallet? What would you do if you lost your wallet? So again, the main clause, what would you do? What would you do is a question. That's our question here. We follow this same pattern. Would plus the infinitive form of the verb. What would you do? And my if clause, if you, subject, you, if you lost your wallet. So your wallet is the object of the verb lost in this sentence. What would you do if you lost your wallet? Is how a native speaker would ask this question. And again, when you answer it, I would go to the police, or I would cry, whatever your answer is. It follows this same subject, would or wouldn't, plus infinitive verb pattern. Okay, on to the next example. If your coworker suddenly quit, how would you continue your projects? If your coworker suddenly quit, how would you continue your projects? So this quit means quit his or her job. So quit we can understand to mean leaving a position. So if your coworker, and here I've used another word to modify quit. So that means not just quit, but suddenly. So it's a surprise, something unexpected. If your coworker suddenly quit, here's my if clause, how would you continue your project? So in what way would you continue, infinitive verb here, continue your projects? Okay, last example for this part then. If you got married, how would your parents react? If you got married, how would your parents react? Again, get married becomes got married, past tense form of this verb. If you got married, that's my if clause. Main clause, how would your parents react? So here's my would, and my infinitive verb here is react. How would your parents react? They would be so happy, or they would be surprised, or they would be shocked. So you can make a lot of different sentences, a lot of different questions with the second conditional. But please remember, this refers to the present and it refers to unreal situations that are unlikely to happen. So all of these are situations we don't imagine are going to happen now. We just want to talk about them. So there's a very low chance of these things happening. Okay, let's continue then to the third conditional. The second part of this lesson is about the third conditional. The third conditional is made in a different way from the second conditional. The third conditional, we follow this part, again, if clause, main clause structure. So if plus subject, then a key difference here, we use the past perfect here, past perfect verb form. So that means have plus past participle. So this part, past perfect, this part over here, second conditional, is simple past tense. This is a key difference. This creates our if clause. In our main clause then, we follow with the same would or wouldn't, and then we end with the past participle form of a verb. So this part and this part, these are the key differences between the second conditional and the third conditional in terms of making the sentence. So we use the third conditional to express regret and to describe unreal situations. So that means we're referring to the past. So expressing regret refers to expressing sadness or disappointment because of a past action or because a past action did not happen. So when we're using the third conditional, we're talking about the past, and it's something that did not happen in the past. So we want to talk about a different situation, past possible situation. So this is a very common way to express regret and disappointment. Finally, with this conditional, with the third conditional, we can use could and couldn't and may and might or might not in place of would and wouldn't here. So we can create some different sentences. But let's take a look at a few examples, and then we'll kind of look at how we might substitute could and couldn't and may and might throughout. So let's take a look at the first one. If I had known you were in trouble, I would have helped you. If I had known you were in trouble, I would have helped you. So what's happening here? If I, okay, here's our subject with if, great. Had known. So this is my past perfect structure. If I had known you were in trouble. So notice this is also a past expression. If I had known you were in trouble in the past, this is my if clause, I would have helped you. So here, I would have helped you. So again, we have this past participle form. So would plus past participle. I would have helped you. So by past participle, I mean we include this past perfect structure. Would have, would not have, and so on. So I would have helped you. So this means the speaker did not help the listener. The speaker wants to express they did not know the listener was in trouble, but if they had, this would have been the plan. So they did not know the speaker was in trouble. They did not help the speaker. Now they're saying, oh, I regret that. If I had known, so if I had had that information, I would have helped you. So we're imagining this unreal situation in the past. We're expressing our regret about that. So this is an example where we could use could here. If I had known you were in trouble, I could have helped you. So could expresses possibility. I could have helped you. It would have been possible for me to help you. So we could substitute could there. I would not recommend using might here. It would say I might have helped you. So if I had known you were in trouble, I might have helped you. It sounds like, oh, my friend was in trouble and maybe I would have helped. I don't know. So that choice really makes a big difference in the nuance of the sentence. So it's grammatically correct, yes, but it sounds like there's only a chance you would have helped your friend or the listener in this case. So would have helped you means 100%, could have means possible, and might have means maybe 40 to 60% chance. Okay, let's continue on to the next example. If he had given me the update sooner, if he had given me the update sooner, we would have been more prepared. We would have been more prepared. So this one uses this comparative sooner. If he had given me the update sooner, we would have been more prepared. This is very common with the third conditional. We use comparatives. So this means the speaker received an update, actually. But the speaker wants to say, if he, this other person, had given the speaker the update sooner than he did. So that means maybe the speaker received the information at 12 o'clock, but if the speaker had received the information at 10 o'clock sooner than the information was actually received, we would have been more prepared. So again, we have a comparative here, more prepared. So that means more prepared than we were. So if you can imagine in a situation where there's a meeting at like 1 o'clock and there's a team of people one person, this he, is responsible for sharing some information. He shares the information at 12 o'clock, and the team rushes to prepare for the meeting. The speaker here wants to express if he had given the information sooner. So like in my example, 10 o'clock, the team would have been more prepared. So because they would have had more time to prepare, like 3 hours instead of 1 hour. So this is something that we use to express regret and to express disappointment, and also like to share with our teammates, in this case, how we can improve situations for the future. So that's a case where you might hear something like this. We use the comparative form to express that. So if we don't have the comparative form, if he had given me the update, we would have been prepared. So that means there was no update at all. So, and that at the end of the sentence means the meeting or the team was not prepared for the meeting at all. So including these comparative forms really makes a big difference. So please consider this time frames when you're expressing regret with this. Okay, on to the next one. If you had made a reservation, we wouldn't have had to wait. This is a very common one. You can use this at restaurants. If you had made a reservation. So this comes from the expression to make a reservation for a restaurant or for a hotel or bar. If you had made, so this is my past perfect, had made a reservation, here's my if clause, we wouldn't have had to wait. So wouldn't, here, would not, and then my past participle expression, my past participle, so past perfect and past participle. We wouldn't have had to wait. So this expression means the group here, we did wait. We had to wait. But if you had made a reservation in the past, you didn't, but if you did, if you had, we wouldn't have had to wait. So this means we waited and we're not happy about it, probably. But if you had made a reservation, we wouldn't have had to wait. So again, this is used to express like unhappiness with a current situation and to tell someone what to do next time. So in this case, make a reservation next time is like, this is like an indirect way of saying that. So if you'd made a reservation, we wouldn't have had to wait. That's how a native speaker would complain with this expression. Okay, on to the next one. For this next one, I've switched the main clause and the if clause position. Again, we can change these according to the focus of the sentence. We wouldn't have missed our flight if you had been on time. We wouldn't have missed our flight if you had been on time. Here, again, we wouldn't have missed. So this same wouldn't pattern appears at the beginning of the sentence now because the main clause comes first. Have missed. So here's my past participle verb with have. So again, a past perfect structure. We wouldn't have missed our flight. We wouldn't have missed our flight. So that means we did miss our flight. We did. If you had been on time. If you had been on time. That means the listener was not on time. So we express that with if you had been, past perfect structure. If you had been on time. So in this case, the listener was not on time. As a result, the two people missed their flight. A native speaker would probably say this sentence very angrily. They would say, we wouldn't have missed our flight if you'd been on time. That's how we would say it at native speed. So this wouldn't have missed. It sounds like wouldna, wouldna. We reduce it to something very short. We wouldn't have missed our flight if you'd been on time. You can hear this part too gets reduced. If you had been on time becomes if you'd been on time. You'd been on time. Wouldn't have missed our flight if you'd been on time. So someone probably very irritated would say this expression. All right, on to the last one. The last one is a question example. If you had been offered a promotion last year, what would you have done? If you had been offered a promotion last year, what would you have done? So again, this sentence means last year the listener was not offered a promotion. We just want to imagine it. So if you had been offered a promotion last year, what would you have done? So again, this is not a real situation in the past, but we want to imagine what could have happened. So what would you have done? When we respond with this, we can simply use a main clause to respond. I would have past participle verb form. So we follow this same structure, the same have plus past participle verb. So I would have accepted the promotion, or I would have rejected the promotion, or I would have negotiated. So we follow this main clause pattern. Yes, you can say the full sentence, like if I had been offered a promotion last year, I would have accepted. But when we're speaking like in conversation, we all understand the if part, like continues. You don't have to repeat the if part. Just say the main clause here. So this is the third conditional. This is the key, maybe some key situations, some types of situation where we would use the third conditional. You'll notice it's used for complaints, to express irritation, to express frustration, regret, disappointment. So it's not the happiest grammar point, but it is very useful. So it is quite different from the second conditional, which we use to talk about unreal situations with a low likelihood of happening. So I hope that this video was helpful for you. Of course, as I mentioned, there is another video about the differences between the first conditional and the second conditional. So please have a look at that as well. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some sentences with this grammar, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you have not already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about differences between reporting verbs. Let's get started. The first verb I want to look at is the verb say. So when we use say, we use it for neutral reports of speech. So you can imagine if two people are talking and we just want to communicate the thing that someone said or the thing that someone expressed, we can use say to do that. For example, my boss said I did a great job. So that's just a plain, normal report of information. Or as a question, what did you say? What did you say? So this is the most basic way to report speech. For reference, in past tense, the word is said, and as a past participle verb, it is also said. The forms are the same. Let's compare this to the verb tell. So different from say, tell is used when one person shares most of the information in the conversation. So it's not like two people are, sharing information back and forth, but rather one person shares a lot of information and then the other person receives the information or just has a few small points to share. So in past tense, the verb is told, and the past participle form is also told. For example, my friend told me about a new restaurant. Or don't tell my parents I failed the test. So you'll notice in both of these, we follow the verb tell, or past tense told, with the person receiving the information. So my friend told me about a new restaurant. I received the information, me. Here, don't tell my parents about the fact that I failed the test. Don't tell my parents I failed the test. So this is the person receiving the information in this case. Okay, let's go on to the next pair. Talk and speak. Let's look at talk first. We use talk when two people are sharing information. Two or more people are sharing information. There's a conversation happening. Not just one person sharing, but there's an actual conversation. So in past tense, the verb is talked, and as a past participle verb, it's also talked. For example, let's talk to the teacher after class. Or, I talked with my parents last weekend. Then, speak. Speak is the same, actually, as talk for this case. So again, it's two or more people sharing information in a conversation, but speak tends to sound more formal than talk. When we're just describing everyday conversations, we usually use talk. If we want to sound more formal, we use speak. For example, we're going to speak to the manager about some problems. So a work situation, a professional situation. Or, I haven't spoken to him recently, if you're talking about a colleague or someone else in a professional situation. So if you're not sure, should I be more polite? Should I be more casual? If it's a professional situation, you can use speak. Generally, though, it's not rude to use talk. You can choose which you prefer. But speak does tend to sound a bit more formal. For reference, past tense is spoke. Spoke, as we saw, actually I included this one here. Past participle form is spoken, spoken. So please be careful. Spoke, past tense, spoken, past participle form. Also, about the verb speak, we use it to express language ability. For example, I don't speak Chinese, or she speaks Korean. We cannot use talk in this way. We must use speak, so please be careful. Final point about this pair, we can use prepositions to or with. Either preposition is okay. I used to here. Let's talk to the teacher after class, or I talked with my parents last weekend. The difference between them is extremely small, extremely small. The difference is like, let's talk to the teacher after class. It's like we have something we want to share with the teacher, and maybe it feels more like we're going to give most of the information. When you use with, it's a little more feeling like together. So I talked to someone sounds more like direct, giving more information directly, and to talk with someone or to speak with someone sounds like you're participating together. But really, there's not such a big difference in communication here. Okay. Let's go to the last pair then. Hear and listen, hear and listen. We use these to report information, yes, to report things, information we received. So let's look at how we use these differently. We use hear for information we receive with our ears, And also we do sometimes use this for information we read as well. You read it on social media and the newspaper, other news website, whatever. You can use hear to describe that. Past tense is heard, and past participle is also heard. For example, I heard you got a promotion. Or, did you hear the news? So we use this just to mean received information. I received this information. I heard you got a promotion. So maybe I actually used my ear to get the information, or maybe I read it in an email. Either way, I received this information somehow. I just received it. That's all I want to express. So usually with our ears. If you want to be specific about written information, you can say, I read you got a promotion, if you want to be specific. Or I saw in an email you got a promotion. You can use that too, but most naturally we usually use heard. I heard you got a promotion. Let's compare this then to listen. Listen. So again, we use listen for information with our ears, yes, but the key difference between listen and hear is that we use listen when we're focusing our attention on something we're receiving with our ears. So here, you'll notice like there's no face here. We're just receiving the information. With this person, I drew kind of a focused face because we're trying to listen, like we're trying to focus our attention on something. With hear, it's like the information just enters our ears. So like, I can hear someone in the other room, or I heard a strange noise over there. So that just means I got the information. Listen is like I'm focusing on the information. For example, let's listen to this song. Or, is someone listening to our conversation? So again, the feeling with listen is there's focus, there's attention there. With hear, we don't have that. For reference, past tense form of listen is listened, and past participle form is also listened. Please keep in mind when we use listen, we use the preposition to. Listen to a song, listen to a conversation, listen to your teacher, and so on. So please use the preposition to. We do not use this preposition with hear. So this is a very quick introduction, but a quick comparison, a quick introduction to the differences between all of these reporting-related verbs. So I hope that it was helpful for you. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some sentences with one of these verbs, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about phrasal verbs for meetings. I've chosen a few phrasal verbs that you may hear in business meetings or in other kinds of meetings, like at school. I'm going to talk about the meanings of these phrasal verbs, give some example sentences, and share a few tips for how you can use them as well. So let's get started. Okay, first let's begin on this side of the board. The first phrasal verb I want to talk about is point out. Point out. To point out something means to mention something specific. So a helpful image for this phrasal verb is the action of pointing. So you can imagine using your finger to point and then to point out, like this motion from your body. To point out something means to mention something specific, just as you do when you make a pointing gesture, like you're looking at something specific, you're motioning towards something specific. So when you use point out in conversation or in meetings, you're doing that, but with your voice, with your ideas. So you're sharing an opinion, you're sharing something just with your words, and you want to mention that thing specifically. So you're not making a pointing gesture, but you are like pointing at something with your words. So some examples of how we use this. I want to point out a potential problem. I want to point out a potential problem. So this means I want to mention, or I want you to notice a potential problem. So again, it's like doing this gesture, but just with your words. I want to point out a potential problem. I want to point out a potential problem. Another example. She pointed out that we may not have a big enough budget. She pointed out that we may not have a big enough budget. So again, she's calling attention to something. So to call attention to something means to pull people's focus to something, to draw focus to something. So she pointed out that we may not have a big enough budget. So she mentioned specifically we may not have a big enough budget for this project. Okay, let's continue to the next phrasal verb. The next one is set up, set up. You'll notice for just a few of the verbs in this lesson, I've marked them with this S. So this S mark means that you may hear this phrasal verb split. So that means in some cases, for some people, they may choose to put words in between the verb and the preposition. So this is one verb that you may hear split. So I'll read the example sentences a couple different ways in just a moment. The meaning of set up for this lesson, however, I've chosen two I want to focus on. Actually, set up has quite a few different meanings, but in the setting of a business meeting or in the setting of another like meeting situation, you'll probably hear it used for these two meanings. There may be a couple others, but these are probably the most likely. So the first one is to create something, to make something. The second is to assemble the parts of something, like to put something together. For example, we need to set up a team for our new product. We need to set up a team for our new product. So this one means create. Set up means create here. Another example sentence, let's set up the new office furniture. In this case, it's meaning to, assembling the parts of something. So you're putting things together like furniture. So let's set up the new office furniture. As I said, this is a phrasal verb that can be split. So for example, you might hear something like, let's set the new office furniture up. You might hear that. This one, we need to set a team up for our new product, is something you may hear, I suppose. Personally, I probably would not split it in this case. I suppose I may split it here for this creation meaning, or rather this assembly meaning. But again, some people may choose to split this one. If you're ever not sure, just keep it together. It's, I think, easier, and there's no chance for a communication problem there. So this is one you may hear split. Anyway, this use of set is for creating things and for assembling the parts of things. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Turn out, to turn out. This one means to be the result of something, and we use turn out at the end of a situation. We're talking about the end of an event, the end of a meeting, the end of an agreement, the end of a contract. So we use this phrasal verb after something has occurred, after some activities, after an agreement, after something has occurred, and we want to talk about the result of that thing. So it doesn't mean directly to end. It doesn't mean to end, but we want to refer to the end point of something. We want to talk about the result of something. So let's look at some examples of how we use this. First, the test version of our app turned out to be full of problems. So the test version of our app turned out to be full of problems. Turned out to be full of problems. So here I'm using to be directly after this verb. You may also hear, as in this one, an adjective coming after the phrasal verb. So this sentence means the test version of our app. So we had this test version. App means application, like smartphone application. We had a test version of the app. We tested the app. And in the end, the app was full of problems. So this means after we tested it, we found it was full of problems. So this is the nuance that's communicated with turn out. So even though this sentence doesn't say directly, we tested the app and we tried many different things, using turned out kind of shows us that there was some testing, there was something happening there. So this is a good hint as well. The test version of our app turned out to be full of problems. So we kind of link turned out to some kind of like noun phrase that gives us a hint about what might have happened in that situation. So turned out to be full of problems. Full of problems mean there were lots and lots and lots of problems with it. Let's look at one more example then. Our event turned out great. Lots of people came. So in this sentence, our event turned out great. Great here follows turned out. As I said, adjectives can follow this. In this case, I've used to be as well. You can use both. So our event turned out great. So that means this event, whatever it was, it could have been a party, a conference, whatever, that activity happened. So many things happened at the event, and in the end result of that was great. The end result was positive. Lots of people came. So here there's some extra information to give us a hint about why the event was great. So again, we use turn out when we want to talk about the end result of some action or some activity. Okay, let's go on to the next one. The next one is take on, take on. To take on, in this case, means to accept a responsibility or challenge. To accept a responsibility or challenge. You may also hear this in movies, like maybe superhero movies, when they say like, I'm going to take someone on. That's like taking a person on as a challenge, like they're accepting a challenge, usually like a fight. So as you maybe just picked up on, this is another one that some people will split. To take someone on, or to take something on, or to take on someone, to take on something. You may hear this phrasal verb split. Some examples. We're taking on some research projects. We're taking on some research projects. So that means this company, perhaps, has decided to accept the challenge of some research projects. We're taking on some research projects. So the difference between like taking on and do in this case, like we're doing research projects versus we're taking on research projects. Using taking on sounds more like there's a challenge related to the situation. It sounds like it's maybe difficult or it's new There's some like new responsibility relating to the situation. So both are grammatically correct, like we're doing some new research projects next year, but taking on sounds like it's a bigger step. It sounds like the next thing, or it sounds like the next challenge. One more example, he took on a lot of difficult work last year. He took on a lot of difficult work last year. Here I'm using it in past tense. The previous sentence used that progressive form, taking on. So he took on a lot of difficult work last year means he accepted a lot of new challenges or a lot of responsibilities last year. So we want to maybe talk about that person's maybe personal development or career development over the previous year. We could do that. As I said, this is a phrasal verb that can be split. So for example, you might hear like something like this used. He took a lot of difficult work on last year. So you might hear it used in that way. Again, personally, I probably would not split this phrasal verb. I would keep take and on together. I try to do that anyway, just to make sure that everything is very clearly communicated. Okay, let's continue on to the next group. The next phrasal verb is show up. To show up means to attend or to participate, usually in an event, in a meeting. This could be a conference, a party, whatever. To show up. It could also mean to show up to work or to show up to school, to attend school, to participate in school. Some examples. Our manager never showed up today. So here I'm using it past tense, in past tense. Our manager never showed up today. That means our manager never came to work today, did not attend work today. Our manager never showed up today. Another one, do you think he'll show up at the party? That means, do you think he'll attend the party? So we use show up a lot in cases where there's kind of like some maybe social discomfort, like there might be some shame, or maybe you have a bad relationship with someone and you're not sure if they're going to come to an event. So for example, do you think he'll show up at the party? This might be used if, like, for example, a previous coworker made a huge mistake, or they really had like a bad relationship with someone else on the team, but there's a company party. So other team members might say, do you think he'll show up at the party? So that means, do you think he'll come? So to show up kind of has a little bit of a feeling of maybe there's some kind of trouble there, or there's some reason why a person might not attend or might not participate. So this can have this kind of negative nuance from time to time. Okay, on to the next one, to take off, to take off. So for this lesson, take off means to succeed, like especially for plans, ideas, new products, new things generally. So it might be helpful to imagine another way of using this phrasal verb, which is to describe airplanes, like airplanes, helicopters, and so on. When we're talking about airplanes and helicopters, we describe this motion, the motion of the plane leaving the ground, as taking off. So to take off means like to have enough speed to leave the ground successfully. This is kind of the image that you can think of for this phrasal verb for concepts, for ideas. To succeed, for plans and ideas. So imagine it's like an idea that is going, okay, you start this new idea and it's successful. That's the idea with take off for a concept. Some examples of this. We were thrilled our new product took off so fast. We were thrilled our new product took off so fast. Here I'm using past tense, took off, took off. So take off becomes took off. We were thrilled our new product took off so fast means we were thrilled, we were very happy, we were very excited that our new product was successful so fast, or our new product became successful so fast. So that means there's a short time from the launch of the product to the product succeeding. So it wasn't like a long process before the project succeeded or the product succeeded. It was very quickly. So to take off fast. Another example, I'm not sure if this idea is going to take off. I'm not sure if this idea is going to take off. That means I'm not sure if this idea is going to succeed. So that means I'm not sure that this idea is going to ever be successful. So that's kind of a negative feeling. But take off has like that image of something very quickly, or like very quickly, like succeeding, like going up. So there's kind of like a big spike, a success spike. You can imagine that. Okay, so this is take off, to take off for ideas, On to the next one, rule out. Rule out is a tricky one. You may hear from time to time in like policy making, agreement making, and discussions about these kinds of things. The meaning of rule out is to exclude or to eliminate or to make something impossible. So the idea here is when you're talking about maybe future, like if you're talking about the future, you're talking about potential situations in the future, and you want to exclude potential situations. Say, no, that's not possible. No, that's not going to happen. You can use rule out to describe those things. So let's take a look at some examples. First, we can't rule out the possibility that our clients will reject our proposal. We can't rule out the possibility that our clients will reject our proposal. So that means we can't assume or we can't think it's impossible for our clients to reject our proposal. So that means it is possible our clients are going to reject our proposal. So this person is very softly saying, there's a chance the clients are going to reject our proposal. So we need to consider this. It's important to consider this. We can't think it's impossible that they will reject our proposal. So we can say this nicely with rule out. We can't rule out the possibility. So this, you might see this specific phrase, rule out the possibility that, or the possibility of. So that means we can't imagine there's no chance of this thing happening. So we can't rule out the possibility of, or we can't rule out the possibility that. You might hear that used a lot with rule out. Let's look at one more example. The failure of this project rules out a budget increase for next year. The failure of this project rules out a budget increase for next year. So that means this project failed. The failure of this project rules out. So we're saying this project failed. Because of that, a budget increase for next year is impossible. So this project failing made this other situation impossible. We use rule out to describe that. The failure of this project rules out a budget increase for next year. Okay, let's continue on to the next example, or the next phrasal verb, rather. Next is to go over. To go over means to review basic information. You're just looking at like the key points of something. You're not looking so much in details. Some examples. Can we go over last month's budget? Can we go over last month's budget? So that means, can we just look at the basic information about last month's budget? So you're not really looking into details, maybe. So this, you might use this to make a request to somebody, and then maybe later you do need to go into details, which is fine. But you can use go over to make it sound like you just want to take a quick look at something, a basic information review. Second example. We went over the article the magazine wrote about our company. We went over the article the magazine wrote about our company. Here, past tense, so go becomes went, just as we would do with a regular non-phrasal verb. So we went over the article. We went over the article means like we did a basic review. We reviewed the basic information in the article a magazine wrote about our company. So again, to go over something has that feeling of just the basic information being reviewed. In contrast then is this next phrasal verb, go through. To go through feels like you're reviewing information in detail. So if you want to go through something, if you want to talk about something in detail with another person or with a group of people, it's probably better to say go through it. If you want to just review the basic information, choose go over. So let's look at some examples here. Let's go through the plan step by step. Let's go through the plan step by step. Sounds like you want to look at the details of each item in your plan. So one by one, step by step, you're going to look at the details of something. So we wouldn't really say, let's go over the plan step by step, or I suppose some people would, but to me, go through sounds like it's a little bit of a more detailed look. Perhaps this depends a little bit on the person. In my case, I would definitely say go through if I want to make it sound more like I'm interested in the details of something. One more example, he went through the whole contract with me. He went through the whole contract with me. So whole means 100% of something, the entirety, all of something. So he went through, again, I'm using past tense, go here. He went through the whole contract with me is like saying he gave me all of the details of the contract, 100% of the details of the contract. He explained them to me, like he did it together with me. So not just giving me the information, but together we reviewed all of the details. So go through and go over, very similar, quite similar. And I suppose some people may use them interchangeably. I personally would say I use go over to talk about basic information and go through to refer to more detailed things. Onward, let's take a look at lay out. Lay out. To lay out or to lay something out means to create like a plan or a schedule. So this is different from set up. Setup and layout can be used sometimes to mean create. If you're talking about a schedule, you're talking about a schedule or a plan. You could say, let's set up a plan, or let's set up a schedule. You could use layout in the same way in that sense, but layout tends to be used almost exclusively for a plan or a schedule of some kind. We don't use layout to talk about like assembling things. We use it to talk about making plans, making schedules, as we'll see in a minute, campaigns, promotions, that kind of thing. So we need to lay out a timeline for development. We need to lay out a timeline for development. So a timeline means a plan, a schedule of when everything is going to be completed. We need to lay out a timeline for development. So that means we need to create a timeline for development. Second example, she laid out a campaign for her client. She laid out a campaign for her client. So here, this means she created a campaign for her client. If it's helpful, an image that might be useful is to imagine physically using like pieces of paper, like it could be just a small piece of paper, like imagining putting these on a table in front of you to create a plan for something. So you're making a plan, like you're making a timeline or you're making a schedule using pieces of paper on a table in front of you. That's the idea with layout. So you're going to lay something out. And usually we use this verb when we're going to show that plan to someone else. So this might be a helpful image in remembering when to use layout. Okay, let's take a look at the next one. Follow up. To follow up means to share or to ask about an update from a past conversation. So when I say to share or ask about, you can say, I want to follow up and give an update. Or you can also say, I want to follow up and ask for an update. You can use this verb to do both, actually. Some examples. I want to follow up on my last email. I want to follow up on my last email. So you can write this in an email or you can say this to someone. I want to follow up on my last email. So you can use this actually if you want to check in with someone and like you have an update for them. Or you want to ask them for information. I want to follow up on my last email. Did you have a chance to look at the files I sent you? So that's like a request. Maybe you didn't get a reply from someone. Or I want to follow up on my last email. Something has changed. So you have an update to share. So that just means you're giving an update or you're asking about an update. It depends on the next sentence, kind of. Another example. Please follow up with the client tomorrow. Please follow up with the client tomorrow. So that means please give the client an update or please ask the client for an update. So please follow up with the client tomorrow. So this is kind of useful. You can use it to mean both giving and asking for an update. Okay, the last one for this lesson, another one that we can split is write down, write down. So to write down just means to write, usually by hand. When we say write down, it usually means writing something with a pen and paper by hand somewhere. Some examples. He wrote down the details of the discussion. He wrote down the details of the discussion. So this sounds like in a meeting, someone just wrote on paper with his hand the details of a discussion. Second example, can you write down your name and phone number, please? Can you write down your name and phone number, please? So you might see this at like the reception of a conference, the reception area. Can you write down your name and phone number, please? So this sounds a little more natural than please, like, can you write your name and phone number, please? You could use that. But I guess oftentimes when we make this motion, it is kind of with a downward motion, yeah? So I think maybe that has something to do with why we use down. So please write down something. When we're talking about putting things into computers, though, we don't use write down. We might say take down instead. Like, can you please take down this information? That sounds a little more general. We use the verb write specifically when we're talking about using a pen or a pencil, so physical objects to make notes. As I said, this is one that you may sometimes hear split as well. So write something down. For example, he wrote the details of the discussion down. Or can you write your name and phone number down, please? So again, you may hear people split it, but I, again, tend to use these together. Like if you split these and there's a lot of information between write and down, you might get lost a little bit. You might kind of lose the original intention of the verb, like your original plan, your original meaning for the verb. So I think it's generally better to keep the verb together, keep the two parts of the phrasal verb together. But again, you may hear some people split this one. All right, so those are some phrasal verbs that you hopefully will find useful in meetings and in other situations as well. Yes, these phrasal verbs, many of these phrasal verbs have meanings that are different from the ones presented here, but I hope that you can consider this the next time you are in a meeting or other professional or academic situation. So I hope it was helpful for you, but if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some example sentences with these phrasal verbs, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some vocabulary words that you can use to give deeper meaning to the adjective hot. For this lesson, I've prepared this adjective wheel. At the center of the wheel is this word hot, our focus adjective. So I'm going to talk about several different meanings of this word and give you some more vocabulary that you can use to be more specific in your writing and in your conversations. Let's get started. Okay, I'm going to start with this part of this adjective wheel. So again, our focus adjective is the word hot, and I'm going to talk about different meanings for it, different senses for this word, different ways to understand hot. So the first one that I want to look at is this part right here. This part focuses on the meaning of high temperature, high temperature. So we use hot to refer to things that are high temperature, and this can be for food or for drink, for objects. It can also be for the weather. So I've chosen a couple adjectives here you can use to talk about these different types of high temperature, hot. First, let's take a look at this word. This is scalding, scalding. So when we say something is scalding, or you might also hear scalding hot, it refers to an object often, and we use it a lot to talk about food. For example, in this sentence, this soup is scalding. This soup is scalding. So scalding comes from the verb to scald, to scald. To scald means something is so hot that it causes like an injury. It causes a burn on the skin. So you might also hear burning or burning hot. This soup is burning hot, you could say. But you might also hear this soup is scalding or this dish is scalding. So something that is so high in temperature, it can cause an injury. That's scalding, scalding. On the other hand, this one, sweltering, sweltering. So sweltering is used to talk about the weather. We use this word when it's very hot outside, of course, high temperature, but also we tend to use it in humid places. So humid, or you might know the word muggy, refers to a weather condition in which there's a lot of moisture, there's a lot of water in the air. So we say it's sweltering when it's very hot, very high temperature, and often when there's a lot of moisture in the air. For example, it's sweltering outside today. So you could describe a summer day with the word sweltering. It's a little more specific, a lot more specific than just saying hot. If you say it's hot outside today, it sounds like, yeah, it's high temperature. But if you say it's sweltering outside today, it means high temperature and maybe there's lots and lots of humidity. So these words are much more specific than just hot. So scalding tells you it might be so high temperature it's dangerous. Sweltering tells you that it's hot and also kind of moist out there. Okay, let's continue to the next part. The next sense I want to talk about for the word hot is spicy, spicy. So we use spicy to talk about food. I want to introduce a couple adjectives that can give you a little bit more of a specific way to explain spicy in terms of food. So a spicy food is pepper. We have this adjective peppery. Something that is peppery tastes like pepper. So it's spicy, yes, but it has like the pepper kind of spice about it. So maybe you know that there are many different kinds of pepper. You can use it for red pepper, black pepper, white pepper, whatever. Peppery is something that you can use to talk about spicy flavors that come from a type of pepper. For example, the steak is a little peppery. The steak is a little peppery. So that means spicy, yes, and that spicy feeling comes from pepper, some type of pepper. Another adjective you can consider is zesty, zesty. So for example, I like this zesty sauce. So zesty is often something that we use in sauces or maybe like in toppings for things. Perhaps it might be like a zesty oil as well. It tends to be used with things that have like some kind of herb or some kind of plant in it with a really strong flavor. So a good example of this might be like cilantro. Cilantro has a really strong flavor. Some people really like it. And when you combine that with other ingredients, it gets really, really strong. So we might describe that as zesty. Something that is zesty could be considered spicy as well. So you might consider something zesty as a spicy food. Some people, depending on their taste. Okay, on to the next understanding, the next way to understand hot. It is this one here, passionate, passionate. So this is a little bit different from the words from the sense sexy, which I'll talk about later. Passionate refers to doing something in a passionate way or something that you have lots of enthusiasm for. So let's take a look at these two words I've chosen. I've chosen inside passionate, inside the sense of passionate, hot. I've chosen lively and furious, lively and furious. We use these words a lot to talk about events, to talk about discussions, debates, these kinds of things where people gather to do something together. So some examples are, they had a furious debate. And we enjoyed a lively discussion after the presentation. Okay, so what's the difference here? These both mean passionate. Lively sounds much more positive. Lively sounds like it's exciting, people are enthusiastic, and they're probably having a good time. Furious, on the other hand, sounds like it's very passionate, yes, lots of enthusiasm, but someone is angry or upset or they're really not happy. So this, they had a furious debate, sounds like someone was angry or people were upset. In this sentence, we enjoyed a lively discussion after the presentation. It sounds very positive. So you could swap the adjectives if you want to and say like, they had a lively debate. Sounds positive. Or this sentence, we probably wouldn't include they had a furious discussion. In this case, I've included enjoyed, but you could say they had a furious discussion after the presentation, and it would sound very angry. It would sound rather negative. So when you want to talk about something passionate, an event or a discussion that is very passionate, that has lots of enthusiasm, you can do that with words like these. So positive, lively sounds positive. Furious sounds rather negative. Okay, let's continue on to the next sense of this word. The next one is new. New. So when we say that something is hot, like a hot product, for example, it refers to the product being new. Here are a couple more words that you can use to be more specific about your use of new. First is trendy, trendy. So trendy means something that is recent, something that has come out recently, and that many people are interested in because it is a trend, like because companies or because a group of people have said, oh, this is the item for this season, or this is the popular item right now. So it's a trend. Many people want it because it's popular now. It's the thing to buy now. So that's trendy, trendy inside new. Another word that's useful is fresh. Fresh. So you can use this when you're talking about food, like fresh vegetables or fresh fruits. You can also use it to mean something that is new, like a product or a piece of art from someone that has, and it has like this kind of positive meaning, something that is maybe unique in some way. So some examples of this, first with fresh. My favorite singer just released a fresh album. So that sounds like it's brand new, it's totally new, and it sounds kind of positive. It sounds like it's just come out and we're excited about it. So fresh, when you think of fresh for like vegetables or fruits, it sounds really good, right? Like something you want to eat or something that you want to consume right away because it's so new. So we have that same feeling with this kind of fresh that we use for like an album in this case, or a song, this fresh song. You might also hear it called a fresh new song too. They might get put together. So fresh has that very positive, like just came out feeling. Trendy, on the other hand, I don't usually buy trendy clothes or accessories. So again, trendy refers to something that is popular just because other people think it's popular. So in this case, I'm saying I don't usually buy trendy clothes. So we use this sometimes to refer to something that is popular at the time, like, oh, that's a trendy fashion item, or wow, what a trendy store, something like that. But trendy also has that meaning of like it's probably going to change soon. Like it's a little bit just for the moment. So something that is trendy is not necessarily negative, though many people do use it to talk negatively, like, that's just a trendy store. I don't want to go there. It's going to go away. So you can use it to talk about things that you think are going to disappear, trends or stores or whatever. But you can also use it just to talk about things that are popular right now. So these are a couple words you can use to more specifically express something that is new. So you might hear hot used in these ways too, like, my favorite singer just released a hot new album. So you might hear it used in that way. Trendy can refer to music or something that is hot right now could be called trendy. Like, oh, that's so hot right now. That would be called trendy. Something that is hot right now is trendy. Okay, let's go on to the last sense of the word hot. So we can use hot to mean sexy when we're talking about people, when we're talking about maybe smells as well. So something that is sexy is something that we find attractive. Usually it's physically attractive, though with our other senses too. We find some kind of attraction in something that is sexy. So a couple of other words that you can use to mean hot in terms of sexy here. You can use the word flirtatious, flirtatious. Someone who is flirtatious is someone who likes to flirt or they flirt a lot. So flirting refers to kind of chatting very casually with people, making small touches, trying to make jokes and so on. So you're trying to build kind of a little more friendly, like a light romantic feeling between two people. So that's called flirting. When we want to talk about someone who does that or someone who likes to do that, we can describe that person as flirtatious. So for example, he's a flirtatious guy or she's a flirtatious girl. So that means that's someone who flirts a lot or someone who likes to flirt. He's a flirtatious guy, she's a flirtatious girl. So if we could say like, oh, he's a hot guy or she's a hot girl. If we want to be more specific, like why is that person hot or why is that person sexy? Maybe we can say, oh, because they're flirtatious. He's flirtatious, she's flirtatious. So that's another way to describe someone. One more word you can think of is the word seductive, seductive. So this one is not as light as the word flirtatious. So something that is seductive, or a person that is seductive, is someone or something that kind of draws your attention. It draws you in. Like they act, a person might act, or like you might smell something or hear some sounds that cause you to feel attraction. So the idea is this person or this thing is trying to cause attraction to happen. So we can describe a person as seductive, like, oh, she's so seductive, or he's very seductive. We can also describe, for example, smells as seductive, like that perfume has a seductive aroma. So it's like the perfume or the aroma of the perfume causes you to feel attraction to the person wearing it because it smells so good. So seductive can be used to talk about people and things. Flirtatious we use to talk about people. So instead of just saying like, oh, wow, like he's a hot guy or she's a hot guy, you could say like, wow, he has a very seductive feeling about him, or she's very seductive. So that's a more specific vocabulary word to use than just hot, or maybe sexy as well. So these are a few vocabulary words that you can consider to more specifically describe the adjective hot. Of course, there are many, many more words that you can use. You can check out a thesaurus to find some more synonyms. Synonyms means words that mean the same thing. So you can find a lot more synonyms for each of these senses of the word hot. But I hope that this is enough to get you going. So if you have any questions or comments, or if you know some other words that mean hot and you want to practice making some sentences with those, please feel free to leave a comment on this video. Also, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about some deeper adjectives that you can use to express nice. So I'm focusing in on one adjective for this lesson. In this case, the adjective I want to talk about is nice. And then I'm going to explain some different ways we can understand nice and give you some other vocabulary words to use. So the goal of this lesson is to help you choose some vocabulary words that are more specific to your situation, to the thing that you're talking about or writing about. So let's get started. Okay, I want to start on this part of this adjective wheel. If it's your first time seeing this, the adjective wheel is a tool that I like to use to show the relationships between different words. So at the middle of this wheel is the focus adjective, in this case, nice. In this middle level here, I have the different ways that nice can be used. So these are kind of like categories for the word nice. These are different meanings or different senses the word can take. These are also adjectives that you can use. At the outermost, at the outside part of the wheel, is some more adjectives. There are some more adjectives that are very specific to this category here. So let's begin with this part, with this use of nice. So we can use nice to mean friendly when we want to describe people that we like, and we want to describe people who we think are friendly or that we like their personality. We can use friendly to do that. More specifically then, inside friendly, we can use a couple more words. Actually, there are many words that mean friendly or some variation of it, but these are maybe useful ones that are kind of the next level. So the first one is sociable. Sociable. Someone who is sociable is someone who likes to be social. So here maybe you can see sociable is like social and able in the same word. So like able to be sociable, able to be social rather. So sociable is someone who is outgoing, someone who likes to talk to other people. Loyal, on the other hand, loyal refers to someone who always stays with their friends, or they always stay with their family. You can trust them. They're going to support you. They're going to be there to listen to you or to help you with whatever you need. That's someone who is loyal. So we use sociable and loyal to talk about people in our lives. Usually these people are also friendly. So let's look at some example sentences that use these. First, he's much more sociable than me. And I wish I were more sociable. So sociable again means outgoing, someone who likes to talk a lot. In this second example sentence, the speaker is perhaps not so sociable, a little bit shy. I wish I were more sociable. In the next pair, everyone needs loyal friends. Everyone needs loyal friends. So everyone needs friends who will support them at any time. And she's loyal to her company. She's loyal to her company. So in this case, we're talking about a person. Yes, she, in this case, this person, this woman, is loyal to her company, which means she always is going to be with her company. She's always going to choose her company in a tough situation or a difficult situation. She's always going to support her company. She's loyal to her company. Okay, let's move on to the next part of this wheel. The next part is attractive. So we can use nice to mean attractive. Like when someone says, you look nice, it can mean attractive. So there are different ways that we can use nice to talk about physical niceness. So this attractive thing, this attractive word means, it can mean like someone that you are romantically attracted to. It can also mean something that you find physically attractive in nature, or something that you find physically attractive that someone has made. There are many, many words we can use to mean attractive, so let's look at a couple of them here. First is beautiful. I think many people know the word beautiful. We can use beautiful to talk about people, to talk about objects, to talk about nature, something that is beautiful. We typically use beautiful when we're talking about people to describe women, but we can use it with men as well. The other word here is gorgeous, gorgeous. So imagine gorgeous is like a step above beautiful. We use it for things that feel really, really special, or maybe they feel a little bit expensive if we're talking about objects. If we want to talk about people, if we want to describe people who are gorgeous, we can use gorgeous for men or for women. So we can use it for anybody, anyone that we feel is really, really special and like extra attractive physically, we can describe them as gorgeous, gorgeous. So let's look at some example sentences. First, what a gorgeous sunset. What a gorgeous sunset. So that means there's something extra special about this sunset. It's like super beautiful. It's really, really special. It's a gorgeous sunset. Second, she's wearing a gorgeous dress. She's wearing a gorgeous dress. So again, there's that feeling of something kind of special and unique about what she's wearing. The other pair here, the bakery made a beautiful cake. The bakery made a beautiful cake. So that means the cake is physically very attractive. The cake is physically looking nice, and we can use beautiful to describe that. If the cake seems extra special, we might choose to use gorgeous. It's a gorgeous cake. But beautiful seems kind of the right level for a cake in most cases, I think. Second, it's a beautiful day today. It's a beautiful day today. We use this expression when the weather is nice. So it's sunny, there's no clouds, it's a nice day. So we can say it's beautiful to express that as well. Of course, you could say gorgeous if you want to emphasize that the weather is extra special. It's a gorgeous day out. You can say it's a beautiful day to make it a little bit more like every day, a little more typical. Okay, on to the next part. The next part is right here, cool, cool. So you may know the word cool. We use the word cool to mean something is good. This is a very casual word, and there are many, many different words we can use to mean cool or good. So I've chosen a couple here. So we also use nice to refer to something that is cool. A couple other words I want to talk about are excellent, excellent, and sick. Sick. So excellent, I think many of you know excellent because we use it to talk about something that is of high value, yeah? Like, or something that we did a really good job with, like excellent job on the test or excellent job with your paper. So we talk about something in terms of its value, kind of, when we use the word excellent. But we can also use excellent to mean very good or great or cool or nice. Sick, on the other hand, sick is used, it tends to be used more by young people and tends to be used more by younger men. So maybe like men in their 20s, in their teenage years. Sick is a very rough and cool sounding word that means good or really interesting, or great. So let's look at some example sentences. First, let's take a look at excellent. You got a raise? Excellent. You got a raise. Excellent. So a raise means your payment from your company or your job increased. You got a raise? Excellent. Or, I ate an excellent burger for lunch. I ate an excellent burger for lunch. So that means it's something that was cool or nice or really, really great. So something that is cool. So something that's cool or something that's really, really good, we can express that with excellent. Something that's excellent. So it's like a step above something else. It's really, really nice. It's kind of the feeling of excellent. Okay, now let's look at some examples with sick. Your snowboarding trip looked sick. Your snowboarding trip looked sick. So here I've used snowboarding on purpose. So this is kind of the type of person who might use the word sick. They have like snowboarding or skateboarding related hobbies. So these kinds of like maybe street related hobbies, street or like outdoor sports related hobbies. These kinds of people might use the word sick more than others, different kinds of sports. So not everybody, but just you might hear it a little more with people who enjoy these kinds of sports. So your snowboarding trip looked sick. So that means cool or nice or really, really great. Another one, we made some sick tracks last weekend. We made some sick tracks last weekend. Tracks means songs. So this sentence would be said by someone who makes music. So someone who is making music as a hobby or as their job, they make some music in like the previous weekend, they might say, we made some sick tracks last weekend. So that means we made some cool or some nice songs last weekend. Okay, on to the next one. The next one is neat. Neat. So something that is neat is something that is organized. So it's very carefully organized. We can use this to talk about rooms or to talk about people, to talk about styles and designs and so on. So neat, within neat, I've chosen a couple more words. The first one is tidy. Tidy. Tidy means it's not cluttered. It means it's clean. So all of the toys in a kid's room are put away. They're in their space. Or someone's desk, as we'll see in just a minute. Someone who has a tidy desk, all of their objects are carefully organized. This is tidy. Someone who is tidy, or a space can be tidy as well. The other one is refined, refined. So it's someone who has, it's usually for people or for like spaces or for design, something that is refined or someone who is refined is very organized. They have a very organized appearance about them. So there's nothing extra about someone who is refined, or there's nothing extra about a room that has a refined style or a refined design. Some examples then. Wow, your room is so tidy. Or, I can't keep my desk tidy. So tidy, this refers to clean. So everything is in its, like everything is in the place that it's supposed to be in. Everything is in its place. With refined then, I love his style. It's so refined. Or, her designs are chic and refined. So this refers again to something that doesn't have anything extra about it. It's very neat. It's very nice. So this is perhaps something you can use when you're talking about style and design. Finally, the last group here, the last group refers to words that mean entertaining, entertaining. So we can use this for music, for movies, we can use it for people, for experiences. Inside these, I've chosen awesome. Awesome, which is very similar to excellent. Awesome is used very casually. We use it when we want to express that something is very good, and we tend to use it a lot with like media-related things. Media and also for sports. The other one is moving, moving. So we use moving to express a feeling of emotion. Something is moving when it causes us to feel emotions. And those emotions are usually like sadness, or we feel maybe like a sense of loss, or we feel really a connection to characters in the story. So a moving story often like causes us to cry a little bit. So some examples then. The film was so moving, I cried. Or, what a moving story. So moving refers to something that causes you to feel those strong emotions. On the other hand, awesome Your band's concert was awesome. So that means really great, really cool, really entertaining. And we went to an awesome museum exhibit yesterday. So in this case, the museum exhibit was entertaining, or we found something really exciting or entertaining at the museum. So awesome can have this meaning of entertaining. All right, so those are some vocabulary words that you can use to express nice a little bit more specifically. Of course, there are many, many other adjectives that you can use to express any of these ideas. If you have any questions or comments, or if you know some more adjectives, please feel free to leave those in the comment section. And also, please feel free to send some example sentences using these words in the comments as well. Of course, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about 3 ways to use have been and has been. Let's get started. Okay. First, I want to talk about using have been and has been to express travel experience. So if you have studied present perfect tense, you know that we use have been and has been to talk about something that happened in the past, but we don't use a specific point in time to talk about it. We don't say last year or last week or last summer. We just want to mention that we had that experience or we didn't have that experience. So when we talk about our travel experience, we use this kind of grammar with have been or has been. Which one we choose depends on the subject of our sentence. If the subject of our sentence is I, you, we, or they, we use have been after the subject. I have been, you have been, they have been, we have been. If the subject of your sentence is he, she, or it, we use has been. He has been, she has been, it has been. So depending on the subject, your conjugation will change, have or has. That's the difference with this use here. And actually, this is something that applies, that is the same for all of the points I'm going to talk about today. A key difference, however, is at the end of the expression. If you're using have been or has been to express your travel experience, follow this part of the sentence with to, the preposition to, which shows us movement. It marks movement. And then we use a place. This can be a city, a country, a region. Please note, however, we cannot use the word there. I have been to there is incorrect. He has been to there is incorrect. If you want to use there, just remove to from the sentence. I have been there. She has been there. So please keep this in mind. To plus a specific place is correct, or no to plus there. Let's look at some example sentences now. First, with the subject I have been to London. I have been to London. My subject is I, so I use have been. To is my preposition. I'm using London as the specific place, a city here. In another example, we have been to Egypt. We have been to Egypt. My subject is we, so again I choose have been. I use the preposition to and Egypt as my place, my specific place. Let's change the subject now. He is my subject. He has been to New York City. He has been to New York City. Subject is he, so I choose has been instead of have been. I follow this with to New York City, my preposition to and my specific place. In the next example, I want to talk about the way that native speakers reduce sounds in sentences like these. So when we use have been or has been, we typically make the sounds shorter. That's what reduce means, to make something smaller or to make something shorter. We reduce sounds in sentences like these by making has been into z been. So In this case, she has been, if I follow this pattern, reduces to she's been, she's been. In the full sentence, she's been to Barcelona, she's been to Barcelona. So we know that this is not she is because been is the word that follows it. She is would be followed by an adjective, like she is beautiful or she is busy. She's been, however, shows us that it's this present perfect pattern. That's how we know what this z sound means. Is it a has or is it an is? Look at the word that follows the sound. So she's been to Barcelona. Let's then look, or rather, let's next look at how to make negative expressions. So when we want to make a negative with this same grammar, we need to include a never, never. So that means at no point in the past have I had this experience. At no point in the past did I travel to that place. To do that, we place never between have been, or rather between have and been, and between has and been. So right here in the middle is where we'll place the never. Everything else about the sentence remains the same. Let's try. Here, I have never been to Africa. I've never been to Africa. Here, I've got I've. So subject is I, have, this reduces to I've, and then never comes between have and been. I've never been to Africa. In the next example sentence, I change the subject back to he, and I've reduced it. He has becomes he's, negative, never. He's never been to China. He's never been to China. So again, the never comes between has and been. Finally, one more example. She's never been to Canada. She's never been to Canada. So a big point here is to try to reduce these sounds in your speech. It's going to sound much more natural if you make these sounds smaller, if you make the sounds shorter. If you always say he has been to, she has been to, it sounds stiff and unnatural. So try to make sure that you reduce these sounds when you're talking. Also, again, please don't forget this preposition. Lots of learners say something like, I've never been Africa, he's never been China. Don't forget that too, before the place name. Okay, with this in mind, let's continue to point 2 for this lesson. Point 2, we use have been and has been to describe an action that started in the past and continues to the present, and we do this with an ing ending verb. So that means a verb in the progressive or a verb in the continuous form, a verb that has that ing ending. So when we make our expressions with this type of grammar, they follow the same pattern as the first part here. Depending on our subject, we need to choose have been or has been. Nothing has changed here. But the part to focus on is the ending of the expression. So here, after have been or has been, we use a verb in the ing form. And then, in most cases, you'll see a time expression. We'll use for or since plus a time expression. So why do we do this? Let's look at this timeline to understand what this grammar communicates. This grammar is expressing an action that started at some point in the past. On this timeline, this star marks the present, now. This direction is the future, and this direction is the past. This point here marks the start of an action. Then the action continues to the present. So that means it's something that's happening now. It started in the past, and it's still going on. So we mark this point in the past with either for or since. So let's take a look at some example sentences to understand the differences between using for and since. First, I have been teaching for about 5 minutes. I have been teaching for about 5 minutes. So here, again, subject I, so I choose have been. I use a verb in the ing form, teaching in this case. So I'm expressing my action now, And the grammar tells us that it's something that started in the past and continues. So this is an action, really, that I have been doing for maybe about 5 minutes. So let's look here. I've used for in this sentence. I follow it with about 5 minutes. So when you use for before your time expression, you need to use a time expression that expresses a length of time. 5 minutes, 1 hour, 20 days. So you need a length of time after for. In this case, I've also used about. So I don't know exactly how much time has passed since I started this lesson, but for about 5 minutes. Another example. You have been listening since this video started. You have been listening since this video started. In this sentence, you is the subject, so I choose have been for this part of the sentence. Listening is my ing verb, and then I've used since here. So please notice with since, we use a specific point in the past, not a length of time. Since this video started. So both of these express the same idea that something started in the past and continues to the present. In this case, with the first example sentence, I have been teaching for about 5 minutes. I'm marking the start point of the action with this 5 minutes ago is another way to say it. But I'm marking the length of time, really. That's what I'm focusing on here, this length of time. In the since sentence, you have been listening since this video started. I'm marking the starting point. That's the difference. Since this video started. So for marks this length of time. We use for with a length of time. Since marks the starting point. That's the difference here. They communicate the same idea. You can choose whichever you prefer. It's completely up to you. So let's look at another example. He has been sleeping for 13 hours. He has been sleeping for 13 hours. Subject is he, so I choose has been. My ing verb is sleeping, and I've used for 13 hours. I'm describing the length of time for 13 hours. Also, when you use a length of time like hours or minutes or days, please make sure to use the plural form. 13 hours, 5 days, and so on. Another example, she. She has been working since early this morning. She has been working since early this morning. Since marks my starting point since early this morning. So that's where it began, and it continues. Let's look now at a few examples of negative sentences. How do we make a negative sentence with this grammar? Example 1, I have not been eating meat recently. I have not been eating meat recently. You'll notice I'm ending the sentence not with for or since here. Instead, you'll commonly see negatives in this grammar finishing with an expression like lately or recently or maybe these days, something like that. We use this less commonly than we use the positive form. We use this to talk about something that's maybe regular or an expected action that for some reason we are not doing now. So you can imagine it's something that we are not doing that started in the past and that continues to the present. So in this example, I have not been eating meat recently. That means at some point in the past, so recently means just some point in the last few days or the last few weeks or the last few months. It's a very vague, not clear term. So that means from some point here until now and continuing, I did not eat meat. I have not been eating meat. So we might expect for some people that it's maybe normal or it's very common to eat meat, and we want to express this change. So we describe that change with this negative pattern. Let's look at another example. He hasn't been feeling well. He hasn't been feeling well. Here I've used the reduced form. He has not been feeling well. So you might have noticed that when I'm using this grammar, to make my sentence negative, I'm using not between have and been or has and been. This is different from point 1 in this lesson, where we used never between the two words. To make this grammar negative, use not. When we reduce it, it becomes haven't with have not or hasn't with has not. So this sentence, he hasn't been feeling well. He hasn't been feeling well. This is something you might hear in response to a question like, oh, how's your brother? Or how's your dad? Asking about someone's health. You can respond with, he hasn't been feeling well. So that means from some point in the past, actually we don't know, but from some point in the past, this person started not feeling well, and that has continued to the present. So this sounds rather serious, actually. He hasn't been feeling well. So maybe someone who has not been attending work, or someone who has not been coming to school. So we could express the reason for that with something like this. So we use the negative to do that. So that means this situation, or rather this feeling, has continued from the past and into the present. Finally, one more example. We haven't been exercising lately. We haven't been exercising lately. So again, this kind of sentence refers to an action that was common or that was expected for the speaker. So maybe the speaker has a long history of exercise or good exercise habits. And the speaker and someone else, they want to express that there has been a change. So they might say, we haven't been exercising lately. So they would use the negative form to do that. So this grammar is used to talk about an action that started in the past and continues to the present, or some action that was typical or expected in the past that is no longer happening for some reason. Okay, so let's compare this then to point 3, which is very similar, but we have some grammatical changes to consider. Number 3, we use have been and has been to describe a status that started in the past and continues to the present. We do this with an adjective, So very similar to point 2, something that started in the past and continues to now. We have the same idea, but instead of an action, like teaching or listening, it's a status, it's a condition. We use some adjectives to do that, and I'll share with you like some very, very common ones. We can't use all adjectives to do this. So, again, we follow the same structure for the beginning of the sentence. Depending on your subject, we choose have been or has been. After this part, we use an adjective. Following this, it's very common to see a word like lately, recently, or the last few days, the last few weeks, the last few months. So we're using these expressions to show that the specific time is not important. We just want to talk about recent events or the last period of time, the last kind of recent period of time. So let's look at some common adjectives that we use in this pattern. First, I have been busy lately. Busy is a very common adjective to use in this expression. So again, this expresses that the person, the speaker here, in recent days, in the last, recent period, has been busy. So at some point in time, they started to be busy, and that has continued until the current conversation. Again, we do reduce this sound to I've been busy lately. I've been busy lately. Another one. I've been sick the last few days. I've been sick the last few days. Here, I have the last few days. Now you'll notice I'm not using for in this expression. It's kind of common to drop that here. I've been sick for the last few days is totally correct. But in this case, as I've done here, it's also common to drop it sometimes. So I've been sick the last few days. That means in this time period, I have been sick. So a few days ago it started and it continues to today. let's change the subject. He has been grumpy recently. He has been grumpy recently. Grumpy is an adjective that means someone who is in a bad mood. Like, they seem really negative. They're not mean or evil or bad people, just they're in a bad mood. Grumpy. They're a little bit difficult to deal with. He has been grumpy recently. So that means from this point in time in the past, from this recent point in the past, until now, and continuing, he has been grumpy. Another one, she's been really happy the last few weeks. She's been really happy the last few weeks. So I've reduced she has to she's. She's been really, so I'm emphasizing my adjective here, happy. You can change the adjective like level with words like really or very. She's been very happy or she's been really happy the last few weeks. So here, again, I could use for if I wanted to. This makes it a little more casual. So she's been really happy the last few weeks. Let's take a look last at some negatives then. First one, I have not been very busy lately. I have not been very busy lately. So again, we would use an expression like this if it's regular for us. Like in the past, it was regular for us to be busy, but recently or lately, I have not been very busy. So we kind of use this to show that there's some change, as we talked about with point number 2. Another one, he hasn't been very friendly lately. He hasn't been very friendly lately. So again, this kind of expresses a change. Someone who is usually very friendly or who has been very friendly in the past is not very friendly right now and has not been very friendly lately. So we use a negative to do that. Again, as with point number 2 in this lesson, we use not to make the expression negative. I have not been, he has not been. To reduce, we use I haven't been and he hasn't or she hasn't been. Last example, she hasn't been very talkative the last few days. She hasn't been very talkative the last few days. Talkative refers to someone who likes to talk a lot, who likes to share a lot. So again, this would be used to describe a person who is usually talkative, but for the last few days is not talkative. So we tend to use these to describe some kind of change from a regular or an expected behavior. So this is an introduction to when to use have been and has been for a few different situations. So I hope that this was helpful for you. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making some sentences with this grammar, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Also, if you like this lesson, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and check us out at EnglishClass101.com for some other things that can help you with your English studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about 3 different ways to use had been in English. Let's get started. The first way to use had been that I want to talk about is to express an interrupted action in the past. We use had been as part of the grammar structure to make an expression that does this. So to visualize this on a timeline, if this is the past, here marks the present and the future, we use had been in a structure where we pair it with the ing form of a verb. The ing form of a verb is the continuous form or the progressive form of a verb. We use had been plus the ing verb form to refer to a past continuing action, and then we pair this with a simple past tense expression. So the simple past tense expression is the action that happened to stop the previous continuing action. So to look at a few key points relating to this, we use this had been ing form with for or since to mark the starting point of the continuing action. So when did this action start? We express that with for or since. We use this kind of structure with a simple past tense expression, and you'll find it's very, very common to use the word when to mark the point of interruption, to mark this point where the continuing action stopped or was changed in some way. So you'll find that when is commonly, very commonly used in patterns like these. So let's look at some example sentences and see how we put them together. First, I had been studying in silence for 2 hours when my phone rang. So here is my had been plus my progressive verb form. This is my continuing action. In silence